Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Merchant Taylors School. It's the live enhanced stream here from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. And the news is that Northamptonshire, the visitors, have won the toss and elected to bowl. So they can see Sam Robson on the left and Max Holden on the right, making their way out to bat for Middlesex. Kane Williamson in for his championship debut and awarded his cap this morning by the county. He'll come in at number 3. Lewis deploy at 4, so Josh DeCarey's dropping out from the match at Leicestershire a few weeks back. Ryan Higgins, the all-rounder, at 5. Ben Geddes at 6. Joe Cracknell, the wicket-keeper, at 7. Zafar Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helmet and Noah Cornwell. Navia Sharma, who bowled so well in that win at Grace Road, missing out. Northamptonshire down to the bare bones at the moment, as you can see as well. Captaincy taken on by Wheater for this game. Luke Proctor missing out, and everyone at Middlesex, of course, sent him best wishes. Missing this one for off-field matters, so the best wishes sent to him. But down to the bare bones a little bit for this one. It's still a strong enough side though, and Guthrie was a man who went very well at Wantage Road against Middlesex, the left armour. And this morning here at Wantage Road, in a match that sees these sides separated by 9 points in Division 2, this is likely to be decisive to aspirations that these two teams may have going forward for the rest of the season. It's Robson on strike first, and Guthrie right on the spot. I'm Kevin Hands, bringing you the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet for this one across the 4 days. Don Ford's with me on days 1 and 2. Matt Floyd in for days 3 and 4. How much of day 3 or 4 will there be? It is a Kookaburra ball in hand for Northamptonshire. Much debated at the moment, Kookaburra and its use in the championship, but here at Northwood, Merchant Taylors School, it's a seamer's surface. And we've got some pretty heavy overheads for this one as well this morning. There's a threat of rain, showers at least throughout the first day here in Northwood. Set to be much brighter days 2, 3 and 4, and toss, although not having spoken to anyone at Middlesex, I'm sure they'd have had a bowl as well under these skies, with a pitch where they'll have left a little bit of grass on the top, and at the end where Robson's batting at the moment, it is considerably greener than it is at the top end of the track, the Bennett end, where Benham, sorry, where Guthrie is running in from, is downhill, leg side. Could have been shaping as well. There's a little bit through the air on that one, I fancy. Pitching in line, but yeah, just a little bit of late swing. Just in line, and Robson staying, not going across the stump, staying leg side of it. Squares to point. Robson over the top of it all, smothering it away, and there's no run. But yeah, the end that Robson's batting, there's a lot of grass just in front of the right-hander at the Benham end, where the bowler Guthrie is bowling from. It's just a fraction less grass for whatever reason. Maybe it's the lower end. That lower end of the ground is down towards the lake, which is the name of the end. Pushed across, no shape on that one at all. Extra bit of zip in that. Guthrie working it out himself as the sun breaks through here in Northwood. It's Tuesday morning, Tuesday start, change up from the Friday to Monday fixtures that we did have in the first half of the season. But a couple of rounds dropped in here in between the Blast and the One Day Cup, which will take over for the counties in August before the return for the final few games in the championship in September. A key Robson scoring area, just clipping through the onside. They'll get a couple. It's Robson and Middlesex off the mark for the first at the start of this match. So Robson 2, Holden will have strike end of the first over, and it's 2 for no wickets. I'm Kevin Hand, delighted to say Don Ford's alongside me for this one. Don, good to have you back. And, well, at the moment you brought the sunshine. I hope it stays.
Yeah, thanks very much, Clev. Always a pleasure. Yeah, the sun just poking through, but there are some dark clouds overhead. It's going to be interesting to see how the Kookaburra ball reacts under these clouds, and that little bit of a green tinge on this surface, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Holden now on strike. He is at the end where there's a little bit less grass just in front of him. But up the hill, extra bit of bounce. Sanderson maybe might be able to extract, but seamers are always in the game here. 3 slips and a gully in place. Holden pulls away. Who's on the move? Something somewhere. Umpires having a look back. Umpires Adnan and Harris standing in this game. Scorers Don Shelley and Terry Owen. Wayne Noon is the match referee. Just dies slightly on the way through to McManus, that one. Happy leave for Holden, where he up against the side where he scored his first-class century on loan at Northamptonshire. A popular player he was there, and desperate to hold on to him they were, but Middlesex knew they had a talent on their hands and very much wanted him back. Ball, but that was an interesting delivery. Now, is that through the air or off the surface? Umpire's head might just get in the way, and it does. I reckon it probably is off the surface. Saw the ball from Guthrie that swung late. Brought the big appeal for an LBW against Sam Robson in the first over. Yeah, but I'd say that one was seam movement.
There's a little bit there for Sanderson. Picked up an 8 for here last season. Did the seamer coming in from the end that he's operating this morning. Be a challenge for Max Holden, opening up with Robson. Right left hand combination.
That's a beaut. Now, where that pitch is, probably outside the line of leg, I reckon. Might have just pitched in line. Holden has to play it. Look at that. I think that is outside the line of leg. Yeah, outside the line of leg and beats him outside off. Just nips across. Couple now going across. Can he get one to come back, Sanderson? That's what Holden will be extremely wary of. He goes that fraction fuller. Well, it was a slightly fuller ball, but starting straight. Holden looking to tuck off the legs early, closing the face. See if there was any movement on it, but the balls before would have warned Holden to be wary. Closing the face this early on. Can't go too hard at it at this stage. There's the fuller one again, but Holden happily leaving that one to go across him. What Sanderson really needs is one to come back in to get in the mind of the left-hander now. Only one's come of this over, but ball that nips back in will not only cause the problem for an inside edge, the inside edge of the bat for Holden, but it'll have the outside edge in his mind. Into the second over, 2 without loss here at Merchant Taylors School. Yeah, big toss to win for Northamptonshire, I fancy, and there you go. They're working it out straight away. What did it do? A little bit of nip up the slope away from the left-hander. Bringing it into the right-hander when he's on strike. At the moment, the pair have probably got who they'd want. Guthrie to the right-hander and Sanderson to the left-handed Holden. What's up? There you go. Onto the middle of the bat. With Robson just eased away watchfully back into the offside. Still 3 slips in place for Robson and a backward point. But it's a 6-3 field for that reason, because he's targeting the stumps. He's going straight at them, looking for that little bit of movement, whether it's just beating the inside edge, pushes one across. Tests Robson's lineup at this stage, so he'll want to bolt at the stumps rather than across. That's why there's only 3 slips. And the points, 5-4 field with a long leg, a backward square at mid-wicket. It's just fielded that last ball and mid-on in shot there. And there's the one that he looks to go across again. Robson backing across early, in position for that early as well, which should be interesting as well, because one of the notes that we'll have for this match is the pace of the surface. What zip or nip there is. You fancy there'll be a bit of nipping around off the seam. A little bit through the air for the Kookaburra. First thing this morning in particular. The bounce. Always a big talking point here, just an additional lift that seamers can get off this surface. Lees into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. Very much the inside part of the bat, though. That's what we're talking about. Was there any movement, or is it just in the batter's mind? At this stage, yeah, nothing much there. A little bit of wobble on it, but nothing really. Robson's just working it out. Is that ball going to be coming sharply back in? That's why you can't go too hard at it. On again. So close. Robson's heart would have been in his mouth for a moment there as that ball jagged down towards the stumps. Didn't quite get up, I don't think, as much as Robson expected. And we've seen that a couple of times this morning, that actually where Merchant Taylors is usually quite a bouncy surface. So far this morning, if we've seen anything, it's perhaps just been a fraction lower than usual. And that was what nearly did for Robson there. The first one that he's gone hard at it. Now, what has that taken? Bat on pad, I reckon. It didn't sound wooden. It sounded like a dull noise. Now, as the umpire said, there was certainly a noise, no doubt about it. We'll have another look. It hit the back leg, did it? So the shout, as much was it 4 LBW. Oh, wow. The umpire... Well, he just gave the little hand signal afterwards that he thought it was sliding across. I reckon it's just clipped that back pad. Perhaps needed to be doing just a little bit more to come back in and take the off stump. The umpires decided that that little flick of the pad wasn't enough, that deflected it significantly off the line that it was going on anyway. But that was very close. As we're pitch side here at an outground, you're down at the level where much like those spectators in the background, you have an up-close and personal view of it, but also the sound, you just get that little idea as to, well, one, you hear something, which up in the media centre at Lords is pretty tough, but two, you know the sounds of it. Was it bat on pad? It just didn't have that crisp nick of ball on bat to begin with, but indeed it was ball on pad. Now back to the right arm, over to the left-hander. He got a couple to move away off the seam. And that's the line, and that's the length. Anything there, bottom, a lower bit of bounce, extra bit of bounce. Outside edges in play, or indeed LBW. But movement either way. Against the left-hander there, it's a problem. So that's where Sanderson wants to hang. And again, Butte. That's the ball, that's the line, that's the length. Same as the first one, apart from this one, just goes off the surface there. Only a fraction, but enough to beat the edge.
That's Sanderson at his best. Just getting a little bit of nibble off the surface. Not much Max Holden can do with that. Put it to the back of your mind. Face up to the next.
And again, the cry of catch it now. We saw that in the last over where Holden was closing the face. He's just got to be careful here. Keep that bat face open for as long as possible. You can see it there with that top hand, play it as late as possible under the head. Give yourself every chance, as they say, in line, head over the top of it, play it late. Soft hands. You've given it every chance at the edge, either goes to ground or you have some control over it. Now there's the bounce, taken up above his left shoulder. Holden with his usual little trigger movement, stepping forward and across to get himself in line. It started wide enough to be a comfortable lead for Holden, but it was the bounce that was interesting, though. We saw the one started the over that didn't quite get up as much as Holden expected. That one would just put a little something into the batter's mind. It will also put an awful lot into the bowler's mind as well. That will have lifted them. And again, it could and should be a testing morning here at Northwood. Sanderson giving us every indication that it's going to be a good toss to win. Now they need to capitalise it. The line and the length is key, as much as just a little bit of movement. End of the fourth, 4 without loss.
A couple of early pints. Was that apple juice?
No, I'm having tea. Oh, them, yeah. Well, shh, Dom, you're not supposed to tell them.
Oh.
Who can we spot? Any old favourites in the crowd for this one? Weather might put a few off today. The forecast of showers, much nicer days 2, 3 and 4. And there is the line and length for Guthrie. He'll get a single Robson and it will give Holden first, or Guthrie first look at Holden. But that's that tentative push, and we'll watch for shots down the ground, particularly this morning, but over the day, see how many there'll be. You'd imagine there wouldn't be many this morning. The batters will be trying to play it late. They softed it just off of the bat, rather than be pushing back down the ground. Robson slightly searching for that one, and there you go. 2 openers having an atter. That little bit of shape's on their mind. Now, left armour to left-hander. 3 slips and a gully in place for Holden. It's a 6-3 field for the left-hander. On the spot straight away. That's where he'll want to be. A fraction too full, perhaps. Down the hill as well. It's hard to see that ball claiming much lift off that length when you're bowling. And it's straight up and down. The run-in from Guthrie is downhill all the way. Gloucestershire next up for Middlesex, away to Cheltenham next week. Safa Gohar on the left there, arriving from Gloucestershire this season. Ryan Higgins in the middle, who went to Gloucestershire and came back again. There you go, nice shape on that again. He's just too full at the moment, so Holden's happily sitting on the front foot. Just needs to drag the length back slightly, and there you go, see what happens through the air off the surface. Sanderson adjusted beautifully in the last over. If anything, he was a fraction too short in his first over. Guthrie a fraction too full in this, but bowlers, much like the batters, they've got to work it out in these opening couple of overs, and it's the quicker you work it out, the better, obviously. There you go. Absolutely the spot he wants to be on. All questions asked of Holden there, the length, the line, what movement, and what bounce there may or may not be off the northward surface.
A slight delay. Spectators walking behind the bowler's arm. Holden 17 deliveries, not off the mark yet, but he'll know this Kookaburra ball, 10 to 15 overs is usually where most of the movement is, so if Holden can just dig in, see off Guthrie and Sanderson, there's the potential to cash in on some runs. It's a difficult opening spell. Northampton seamers have started well the first 5 overs.
Fraction too full again to finish, just looking to draw Holden into something, but rightly Holden resisting and just easing the ball back. None from 18, and that's absolutely fine and perfect from Holden at this stage. Just ease your way into it. Tickle the singles when you can. Slow and steady for Middlesex. The order of the morning here. I'm sure, without, again, not having spoken to anybody, so could be wrong, but I'm very sure that they'd have wanted to have ball in hand here and get at Northamptonshire with a Kookaburra. Leg side. Robson happily tuck that one away. First look for Sanderson at Robson, but he'll have to wait for the next now. Back to Holden. But yeah, 4 from 14, Robson. He's capitalised on a couple that have just gone too straight. Top of middle and off. At the moment, that's absolutely fine, because as you've seen on a couple of occasions now, when Holden's tried to close the face and access the onside, it's led to trouble with the leading edge. Both landed safely without any real commotion, but just that element of doubt put in the batter's mind, and you'd imagine now Holden will be saying to himself, keep that bat face open, play it late, go soft. Single, chopped in front of point. Sharma in there coming around to tidy up. It gives Sanderson another look here at Robson now. He's at just that first ball of the over, which he started too straight. Now what look can we get? They've gone back to a 5-4 field, so they're going very straight, and that's good to see. And I imagine the coach and the skipper have thought that through clearly, that first thing here at Merchant Taylors, you do not want Robson and Holden happily leaving outside off, so 5-4 field really encourages the bowler to go straight. Backward point, backward square leg and mid wicket, not too far away the side of the umpire. Now that's close. Nothing doing. We'll have a look front on again. High is the answer. Sanderson said, was it going down? The umpire said no, it was a little too high. Let's have a look. Well, I tell you what, I reckon that's umpire's call if you're going upstairs. I reckon that's clipping top of leg, but you'd like to think as a batter that that is going to be given the benefit of the doubt, but I do think that was very, very close.
Yeah, it's good from Sanderson. Rolling very straight at the stumps. It's the LB shout again. You can see it jag back in towards Robson. Maybe just sneaking over, sneaking down was the impression.
I think probably one of the biggest things, end of the over, 6 done, 7 without loss. I think one of the biggest things. Can we see it front? Have we got a side on it? Yeah. One of the biggest things nowadays with DRS, I think, is. Let's go back to that Steve Smith one, wasn't it, at the 2023 World Cup, where for all the world it looked so high, it hit him above the pad, let alone above the knee roll. And he was quite far back as well. Everybody watching it, yeah, it's miles going over and slamming into the top of the stumps. And back went Smith. I think that's probably one of the, talk about with spin as well. Spinners get a lot more wickets nowadays as a result, but I think height as well now we see not so many go over as we think. The old rule was pretty much top of knee roll. Now it's almost top of pad. The top of the knee roll you feel pretty rough as a batter in the old days being given out. Bottom of knee roll, if you're not far enough forward you think maybe, but these were very old thoughts and processes. Nowadays, as I say, top of pad, top of knee roll, the umpire and the bowler are absolutely in the game. But that one was towards the top of the pad for sure. First real moment of excitement for Northamptonshire though. Guthrie will look for a couple more here, and again I think this over to Holden. If he can get a good chunk of this over at Holden, he'll really look to test it over, see what movement there is through the air.
Yeah, he's keeping it nice and full, just giving the ball every chance for that bit of movement. We're seeing a little through the air. Dangerous bowler, Guthrie. Strong performance last time out against Middlesex.
That's close, but I think it's going to be okay and drifting down. The umpire says no. Again, I think if you go upstairs on that one and ask DRS, it probably is clipping at very least, but benefit of the doubt given to the batter. Again, how much through the air did it do? How much did it straighten well? I think that's a good call. That's sliding down, but only just. You can see that first movement across from Holden showed you an awful lot of leg stump. Can we sit front on again? If nothing happens after this ball, please, mate. Bent his back a little bit more, push that through a little bit harder, Guthrie. Understandable. Just watch that front pad of Holden on the LBW appeal. Look at how far across he goes. Look at how much you see of leg. But yeah, sliding down. It probably didn't do anything through. Well, it didn't do anything through the air. But my first instinct was that he has been getting it just to straighten on the left-hander. We saw it a couple to Robson.
Just the fine margins in the game of cricket. Those two decisions going in Middlesex's favour. If they'd have gone the other way, Northampton would have two already, but most importantly, Robson and Holden still at the crease.
Maiden over for Guthrie. Holden 1 for 26. So he's off the mark, but tested in that over and a big appeal. I think the umpires got it spot on. There was no movement through the air, anything at all, any little hint of movement through the air on Holden, and he'd have been in big trouble on that one. 7 without loss after 7, 32 minutes on the clock after Northamptonshire won the toss. Certainly from us from the sidelines, the players try to switch off to it a little, don't they? But we all switch on and try and see who does win that toss and what the outcome is. Particularly close eye on it this morning, I think, with the forecast for today being for quite rough overhead, but then brighter the next few days. A day you really would have wanted to have this kookaburra on the surface at its freshest moment. Have the kookaburra in hand and go hard at it. Here's Leach, a change at the Lake end. I'd imagine the thinking here is quite straightforward. Sanderson will switch to the Benjamin to replace Guthrie at some point. Now, loosener and a loose shot from Robson. Umpire liked it. There you go, look at that jag away. Now watch the umpire's reaction. From the other end, you can't see him. He purses his lips and then he just makes, there you go, a little bit of movement.
Dom Leach then, tall seamer, formerly of Yorkshire, bowls with good pace. He's going to have to back up the opening bowler of Ben Sanderson well, keep the pressure on.
Good, angled in to Robson area to be watchful. Here's the umpire's reaction to that Robson ball. Pursed lips. What did it do, umps? Just bounced and moved away. He's got a job as a commentator. We've got umpires Cam. Can we have umpire Mike as well? First boundary of the day, Robson, a key scoring area, just clipping away through the onside. Anything square of the wicket either side, but also front foot. Working through wide, mid-on, mid-wicket.
A nice sound off the bat. That's one of the advantages of being down pitch side in the com box. Really get to get a feel of how that ball comes off the bat, and Robson timed that sweetly.
And there you go. Square of the wicket on the offside. Stands up tall and punches hard. Classic Sam Robson.
Yeah, just a bit of overcorrection from Leach, settling into this spell. Short and wide, and Robson rarely misses out. Square of the wicket.
Now, look at that movement. That's what. There you go. Robson giving the handshake now. All eyes on the umpire as well. See if he's got a thought on that. But end of the 8th. 15 without loss. Can we see that front on, please? And behind. First one really from the Lake ends. We've seen go that way. We saw a couple from Sanderson go off the surface, sealing away from Holden on the left there. Robson, the right-hander. It's the first one we've really seen go away. Obviously, that first ball was a bit of a drag down and wide and nipped away a little bit. It was so short and so wide, you couldn't read too much into it. Number 3 from 4, Guthrie. Stretch for it slightly. It was a little edgy, but it's away for 4. Gasp from the team in the fields.
Yeah, I don't think he'll mind that too much, Guthrie. Holden's been very patient. That one just encouraging the drive. It was very safe along the floor the whole way, but that's what the visiting team will want. They'll want Holden driving, look to catch the edge.
Right back on it, Guthrie. That is the spot. He doesn't need to offer Holden anything at the moment. What he needs to do is work him over, and he'll work him over on that exact line. Just a tickle for 1 for Holden. Ticking now. 6 from 29.
Yeah, just a slight release of pressure. These last 9 balls or so, Middlesex able to get a few boundaries away. Reward for sticking in. That's what this man does so well, Sam Robson. Experienced campaigner at the top of the order. Faced all sorts of challenges. That bat, he looks pretty well used as well.
Did you say the batter looks pretty well used? Poor old Robbo, he's not that old yet. Solid opener at that time with England. Just a few spits of rain started to fall here at Radlett, at Merchant Taylors. Just hitting the roof of our tent. Getting a little bit stronger. That's going to be it for now. Players charge off. Well, look at that skyline. That gives you the perfect idea. We've seen sunshine and now pretty heavy rain coming down, getting ever heavier. Let's hope it's a short, sharp shower. You can see it's a particularly dark cloud to the right there. There's the C-suite on the move in front of the camera. And, well, you can see, yeah, it's pretty... It's pretty heavy now, but there are much brighter clouds around, so let's hope that they come back very quickly. A solid enough start for Middlesex. Couple of scares, couple of big shouts, couple of leading edges, and a couple of times that the edge is beaten as well. Sanderson and Guthrie looking in good touch. You'd imagine that Sanderson very quickly is going to switch to the other end. So the rain falls at the moment. The covers are rolled on in the background. And yeah, you won't see it right now, but those covers just rolling on behind. I do wonder, it is quite bright. It just got all of a sudden very, very dark, but it's brightened up again quite quickly. So I'm hoping that this is just one very quick shower and they're going to come almost instantly back on. There's a chance. And actually on the roof of our tent, it stopped raining already. So there is the chance that those covers could be rolled straight back off the fields. So 20 for no wicket it is, as we'll hold tight for a moment, Tom, because I reckon this could be the shortest of interruptions.
Yeah, I think that caught us all off guard slightly. It did get a little bit dark, but yeah, there are the lighter clouds around. Umpires are staying out in the middle, just having a chat with the ground staff. But if you talk about mini sessions, even in long format cricket, that little very short session definitely goes to Middlesex. Very challenging. Northampton winning the toss, choosing to bowl under dark skies, slight green tinge, but Robson and Holden done well, especially that last couple of overs, just managing to start to get that scoreboard ticking.
You can just see a couple of the players in their background there slowly wandering off. The umpires have not. You can just about see through one of those grey columns the umpires are out there with the ground staff. I think they'll be taking them straight off because it's not raining right now, and I've just seen the director of cricket, Alan Coleman. The director of cricket, Alan Coleman, walking out and putting his hands out to pretty much say it's not raining, so it's time to get on with it. Although I'd imagine that Holden and Robson quite happy to break up this morning's session under these cloudy skies and hope for it. But yeah, I think we're going to see the signal from the umpires pretty quickly.
Yeah, a little bit of rain can just give this surface a little bit more zip. We've seen some variable bounce early on, and a little bit of rain falling on the surface might just spice things up even more.
Have a quick look at the scores elsewhere, because I think we're going to be straight back on. And in fact, here you go, the covers are coming off. Covers are coming off. I thought we'd be straight back on, and we are. It's only one. It was one. The light just dimmed so quickly at the ground here, and the it was pretty likely that we were about to get some sort of rain. Unfortunately, it was short and sharp, and we'll get going immediately here once more.
4.5 minutes, you reckon that?
I have not timed it. Have you? Is the stopwatch going? 36 that came off, and it's now 40, so...
I didn't actually time that. That's just a bit of instinct, I think.
3 minutes and 15 seconds. So, back on we go. Let's have a very quick look at what's happening elsewhere while we await the players to walk back onto the field of play here at Northwood. Division 1, Nottinghamshire 20 for 1 at Hampshire. Hosts winning the toss there. Hamid's gone already. Caught Brown, bowled Jack for 2. Slater and McCann together for Nottinghamshire. Durham 15 without loss against Somerset at Taunton, where the hosts won the toss there as well. Lees and Gay, the former Northamptonshire batter, opening the innings. At Sussex, the hosts are 31 for 1, having been put in by Essex. Hughes caught Pepper, bowled Porter for 13. Haynes and Alsop together. Worcestershire 29 without loss after 10 overs of their first innings in the Midlands Derby, winning the toss and electing to bat against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. The last Division 1 match, Yorkshire against Surrey up at Scarborough. Lythe has 16, Bean has 10, and Yorkshire 26 without loss, having won the toss. A big match up on the Yorkshire coastline there. Division 2, Leicestershire 34 for 2 against Derbyshire. Both Northamptonshire and Middlesex will have plenty of eyes on that. 2 ducks for the openers, Patel and Budinger, falling to Rees and Tickner. 34 for 2 it is. Ahmed and Hill together now. Leicestershire winning the toss and deciding to bat in that game, which is back at Derby. They had a game at Chesterfield recently, but back at HQ in Derby now. Kent 37 for 1 at Glamorgan. Compton gone for 17. Court Cook, Bowl, Fernando, Jaden Denley together with Benjamin. Glamorgan winning the toss and electing to field. That's Sophia Gardens, and that leaves Gloucestershire against Lancashire. 28 for 1. Lancashire at Gloucestershire. Lancs winning the toss, but they lost Wells for 18. Jennings and Bohannon together. And here's Guthrie to get us going again in his 5th over. Straight back onto the spot against Robson. a mere drinks break holding them up. What was it, 36 they came off, 43 we're back underway, so 7 minutes. The delay. Given some airtime, that one from Guthrie. He's been a little bit too full this morning so far, which Middlesex won't mind at all. He's trying to find something through the air, but he's just a fraction too full, and it's keeping Middlesex happily on the front foot at this stage.
Just overstepped as well there, the Guthrie. Ball remaining in this interrupted over.
This is Runaway down steep third. Going to be a boundary. Who's over the top of it. Nicely angling the bat, Robson.
4 more to the total. Nicely played from Robson, in control. A little bit of bounce, but very nicely run through that vacant gap and down the hill here at Merchant Taylors.
But just nipping away down the leg side. Better from Leach. He's finding his line of length still this morning on the spot there.
Have a very important role to play in this game, Dom Leach. Just the 3 matches in Division 2 this season, 6 wickets, but as Kev mentioned earlier, Northampton's missing a few key players in this lineup. It's good pace, Leach, but he's going to have to keep control, keep testing the bat.
Cut hard, cut through point. Beautiful shot. That'll feel good for Holden.
Short and wide, Holden ready for that. In place quickly, nicely timed, and past the despairing dive of Sharma.
bowled on this occasion to end the over. He'll keep the strike. He's on to 11, 10 bowls. With that short delay here at Northwood this morning. Middlesex put in by Northamptonshire. They're 31 without loss.
Yeah, this pair will be happy. Robson and Holden. 10 overs gone.
Darren Lehman on the right there. He's going to be a busy man, I think, as he strolls around for his morning coffee. Good coffee it is as well over there. Then Chapel in the foreground as well. Noah Cornwell with young Mr. Feldman. The two to miss out from the bowling ranks in the squad for this one. They're first in the queue for the coffee. Quick single for Holden.
Umpire just changing position. The right left hand combination of Robson and Holden. Rotating the strike. Always look to be positive in defence. Just feels like that little bit of early movement is starting to calm down. Not seeing quite so much through the air. Usually is around the 10 to 15 over mark that the Kookaburra ball quietens down a little.
Onto the hip of Robson, and just a little turn fine for a single. Seven for 94. Last time for Liam Guthrie. And Middlesex previously faced Northants. Exciting game. Northants went on to win by 4 wickets, chasing 311 on that final day. This man played a big part in that victory for the visitors. Now we simply note the number of shots down the ground. That's just a gentle push, and it's uphill all the way. Just pulled up. Oh, a long old chase for Sanderson. Gets him warmed up for his next spell. Where, as I say, I'd expect him to replace Guthrie at that end. Run 3. But we're just seeing only a couple from Guthrie, really, just having a little bit of movement in the air. 36 without loss. Couple taken. Expensive over for Guthrie. 7 taken off the over. 38 without loss. So There's the slide that was made and the stop. A greener surface, a lusher outfield here than we saw a couple of weeks ago for the T20, particularly parched Merchant Taylors School, but there's been a little bit of rain around, so the relief of ground staff and gardeners around the country for the last couple of weeks. Straight on the spot, Leach around the wicket now to Holden. Seems to settle into his spell better in the last over. Lovely push again. Now that's downhill this time, so it's probably going to go. Gentle push, but all the way downhill, and Keogh. No need to get the white sturdy for that one.
Raced away. Still see that outfield. It's still a bit dry, even with the recent rain that we've had. Certainly a lot greener than it was for the T20s a couple of weeks ago, but that one raced downhill from Holden. The positive push for 4 more.
No ball called as he beats the edge. Well, that'll give Holden something to think about. Around the wicket, targeting the off stump. It means Holden's going to play at balls wider outside off stump than he needs to because he's wary. That's just slightly straightened on him. We'll see it better from behind here. Just nips, there you go, past the edge. But he's wary. If that one nips the other way, it's clattering into the off stump. Can Leach hold that line now is the key. That's probably been the question this morning. They haven't got the lengths right often enough. Guthrie was mostly a little bit too full for me. Sanderson started short, but then got his length a little bit fuller, a little better. And an interesting spell coming up from him, I would imagine, to replace Guthrie from the Benham end. But Leach up the hill at the moment from the Lake end. Too full again and clipped away this time. No ball once more. Holden didn't go fully through with it once more. We saw him get a couple of leading edges this morning, so he'll still be wary. Closing the face here at Merchant Taylors, going too hard at it, clipping too hard. Just the knees. Means Middlesex tick along. 47 without loss now, midway through the 12th, so on the verge of a 50 partnership for the opening stand. A little bit of bite in that one again for Leach. Played it quite high up on the bat, I'd fancy. Sam Robson, happy on the back foot. Now it's clipped that off middle and leg. That's Robson just getting a little bit more comfortable with the line and length here. It was full enough for him to feel comfortable and confident in playing that shot. Just leans into the shot and working. That would have taken pretty much halfway up middle and leg. Just an indication of the growing confidence of the batters, but they won't want to get carried away though. A solid defence to finish the over from Holden. They've done a lot of the hard work here now, these two, and I'd imagine the key now will be concentration, starting to get in, starting to feel in, both into the 20s. Good numbers of balls faced by both. But yeah, I doubt they'll want to get too carried away and give it away this morning now, because there's definitely something out there for the bowlers. First thing, with a bit of grass, a lot of cloud cover. Still a new ball in hand.
As expected, Ben Sanderson then will replace Guthrie at the Benham end.
Starts with a no ball. He's running downhill now, so you can understand, just having gone with the same length, he's probably worked out the meterage exactly the same from the Lake end and the Benham end, but he's running downhill now rather than sharply uphill, so you're just taking that little bit further forward, aren't you, with your momentum. Pushes you forward. But this will be the interesting one, because he is the bowler who will look to extract a little bit of bounce from this surface. So running down the hill, bowling it down the slope. Almost a little like that. Robson in position early. That's a really nice shot down the grounds. Goodness me, he's going to get 4 for it as well. The simplest of pushes, the softest of pushes, but beautiful timing from Robson.
Yeah, lovely shot. Not going at it, just letting that ball come onto the bat. Slight push. Raced away. Getting the sound off the bat. Robson and Holden passing their 50 partnership with that no ball earlier in the over. A really good start for the home side.
That's a nice length there, Robson, back and across. It's got the line right on it as well there. It wants to be a fraction fuller though, challenging the off stump. But yeah, running down the hill, trajectory will be for the ball to keep that little bit lower. But Sanderson, like Roland Jones and Finn over the years, some of the taller Middlesex bowlers running down the hill here at the Benham end, they'll just surprise the batters, getting lift where you'd expect the ball to be perhaps just keeping a fraction lower because of the slope. Push them back with a few and then push it a little bit fuller. See if that front foot comes forward, and it does from Robson. He's played here an awful lot now. He'll know the variations of it all. Time to take on a drink. Thirsty work. Temperature's still pretty high. It's a different day overhead. It's slightly cooler, but still warm work in the middle. Again, an element of that kept a fraction low. Sort of talking about coming down the hill, Sanderson. Robson will be looking for that. There you go, that's kept low. The length alone, Robson looked to be happily on the back foot, but that's the trajectory. He is bowling it down quite a considerable slope, so you'd imagine a ball just skid on like that one did. That's why, even though it's a kookaburra around here at Merchant Taylors School, a little bit of grass left on, and Middlesex hopeful that even against a kookaburra there could be a result. End of the 13th, 54 without loss Middlesex put in. Well, it was Northamptonshire that came out on top at Wantage Road. Middlesex declared, set up a game just before lunch on that final day, and Northamptonshire chased it down with ease in a kookaburra round. There was a slight wobble here and there, but for the most part, it was a comfortable chase. There'll be a sharp focus on this game now. Middlesex not wanting to leave it to some sort of setup on the final day because of kookaburra round. They'll fancy their chances of a natural result here at Merchant Taylors. The overheads today will play its part, but they'll hope so too, all the grass on this surface. And there's some bounce up the hill, so that's what you'd expect from the lake end for Leach, that bowling up the hill, hit the surface hard, and you'll just get an extra bit of bounce. Right up there. Whether it just slipped out from Leach, that one, into the block hole.
Yeah, it just looks like he's still searching for a bit of the rhythm. There's Dom Leach.
I know the feeling, to be fair, Dom. 22 years, I'll get there one day. 22 seasons. And the ball calls. It's Leach.
Yeah, especially running up the hill. Can take a while to settle into your spell. I mentioned earlier just the 3 matches so far the 24-year-old has featured in Division 2 this season.
Block hole again, wide Yorker. Still in T20 season. Now there was movement for Leach. Let's look for his release to begin with. How wide did he go? He's quite wide on release, but that movement was certainly off the surface and back in, short enough and wide enough for Holden not to worry. A fraction fuller from Leach and a fraction straighter, and he'd have been in business. Now there he goes, slightly fuller, slightly straighter, but no ball called. Height, as Max Holden is indicating, was clearly a problem on that one. Ouch.
Doesn't help with the rhythm, does it?
It was something before wicket, but not leg before. Oh dear. Oh dear. This might be a long delay.
Doesn't look like he's getting too much sympathy. from around. Robson slowly made his way over. Deep breaths. And the juice always helps.
Surface here at Merchant Taylors is always a talking point. It's a seamer's surface, it's a results wicket. Always has been. And if you come out on the wrong end of the result, like any pitch in the world, you're not happy with the pitch. If you come out on the right side of the result, then you're happy with it. And you can just see how green that is. There's a lot of grass on it. Now, generally, the talking point here at Merchant Taylors School is the bounce. Is it up and down? I don't think that's quite, not often a problem, but it's how much extra bounce can the bowlers extract. And on that occasion, Leach has found that little bit more. Holden on the receiving end there of just an extra bit of bounce. We saw the ball before, nip back in. This one started straighter. It's just the bounce did for Holden as he tried to turn. Tried to turn into the onside end of the over, and Holden will be delighted to leave that alone outside off stump. 58 without loss, couple of no balls in the over. Middlesex continue to tick along at over 4 and over here, which in that sense, good start from the hosts. And oh, poor old Max. We've all been there, haven't we? We all know that feeling. Nothing much you can do. Just get through it.
Yeah, struggled for a bit of control, Northants, through Dom Leach. Scorers for today. On the sidelines, we'll be taking a look at first bit of spin. Just an hour and 10 minutes into this game, and the leg spin, Yuzi Chahal introduced to the attack. Northants just searching for a little bit of control. Run rate up and above 4 after winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. The visitors just need to try and reclaim a little bit back here in this morning session, and I hope to do so through Chahal, former international leg spinner.
Oh, wow, what a ball. Goodness me, what a way to make your entry into the match. 15th over of the innings. Umpire's quite clear. Umpire Adnan, it's ragged away. But all of a sudden, look at that ball. That is as good as it gets. Drift in and sharp turn away. Dragged a little bit shorter, but all of a sudden Chahal's in this game, and it's hard to see how he'll be out of it now. Zafar Gohar will be on the sidelines rubbing his hands together. Luke Holman, Middlesex's wrist spinner, who's dropped out for this one, will be ruefully watching on after seeing that ball. Robson steering that into the onside, but goodness me, he'll do well to bowl a better ball than that this season, Chahal. Bowling from the Benham end as well, so down the slope, the leg spinner. You almost think they'd be better up the slope, where he might get just a little bit of bounce into it as well. But there's a lot of grass at the end where Robson's batting, so something for the ball to grip on. Now that one's gone straight on. Robson playing it late, in line, playing it back. 58 for no wicket after 15. But this is the ball. All of a sudden, the game itself takes a whole different... Look at the drift. Pitches, it's not quite ball of the century stuff, but it ain't far off. Robson was a little tentative. First ball as well, there was an element of that, but nonetheless, you can't take away from the bowler that drift and turn.
Great start from Chahal. No looseness from the leg spinner.
So Sanderson immediately sent back to the lake end, which is interesting. He had 3 from that end, 1 from the Benham, but now he's back to the lake. McManus moving them regularly. Behind the stumps, the keeper in charge, calling the shots. It's good. Holden has to tentatively ease that one away. Stoneman just going that little fuller and straighter there, angling towards the off stump. See if the release was slightly different from him. No. Seen that ball angling towards the off stump. A little too short, a little too straight. And a tuck for 2 from Robson.
I feel Sanderson and Chahal could be the bowling partnership for Northants for most of the remainder of this morning's session. In need of a wicket, other visitors.
Look at that movement. Away it goes. Now watch the line of this ball out of the hand there. There's a little bit through the air, but a lot off the surface as well, in fact. Just there, it starts to swing and go. We saw it one from Guthrie do that early on, swing late. It was the LBW appeal against Robson. Just adjusted that line, beat the inside edge and was going to beat the leg stump as a result. Sanderson will have enjoyed that. Butte to follow up. It's exactly where he'd have wanted that delivered. Asked the question, top of off. Is it going to beat the inside edge? Or is it going to swing away and take the outside edge? Tough for the batters. They're doing a good job of it so far, Robson and Holden. 61 without loss. Not too much to report on that card just yet. Good news if you're a Middlesex follower, as Seth is. Who sat next to him? Middlesex tie on. He'll be happy not having to write too much in just yet. Summer holidays have begun. A couple of the kids in. Ice cream van will be in their line of sight. The outside edge is in this man's line of sight, but so too the pads, if he can get one to beat the inside edge. He's got the left-hander to look at now. Not too straight to begin. Only one slip. I fancy I'd have a second right now, just to be in the batter's mind as much as anything.
It'll be a good battle, this. Max Holden, good player of spin, likes to be positive as well. And also know in his mind that if he can knock Chahal out of the attack, those seamers have to come back in.
Use of the feet. I'd certainly have that second slip in right now. You saw that ball drift and turn sharply away from the right-hander, so it'd be in, beating the inside edge of Holden, but one that goes straight on, the googly.
Very good from Chahal. 10 balls into this spell, he's landing them nicely. Pressure on Holden.
It's a lovely ball, beautiful bit of flight, nice length. Question asked of Holden, he's equal to it, just strokes it back. Maiden over. Middlesex remains 61 without loss. No business yet. Certainly the next 3 days. I hope so, where the sun will enthuse a few. Oh, go on, sir, go on. Too early for an ice cream, maybe.
Is that where you're heading at lunch?
I was going to say, it's never too early in the commentary tent for an ice cream. Hint, hint. Now, that was whipped in the air for the moment. The cry of catch went up. There was a short, fine leg, a short-ish square leg earlier. Long leg back coming around. Chahal tidying up. Mid-wicket in place, but they did have for Robson a backward square leg quite tight in there early on. Well, there you go. You can see the short, fine leg is there at the moment. But out to Chahal, that one goes. Earlier, that fielder was round more towards the umpire. And the fielder in the deep was finer.
Good rotation of the strike from Robson and Holden, just disrupting the line of Sanderson. Over the wicket, then coming back round.
Good spot again. Rain's just starting to fall again. That one's just straightened off the surface. Robson's done well. He's right in behind that one. That one did just nip away slightly now. How short and sharp a shower will this one be? It's not as grey and dark as it became earlier for the other shower, but it's a little bit more filled in to the left there. Umpire's holding fire with a spit of rain at the moment. Thinking about it, they're thinking about it. No, off we come. Now, what time is it? 25 minutes past 12. Could make the call that this could be lunch. If it can be served quickly enough, that's the problem, of course. You can't just say too often that he lunch if the food itself isn't ready. So that's the thought that the umpires will have. But unless this disappears very quickly, then you'd have thought an early lunch would be the sensible call right now. And let us get going a little earlier in the afternoon session. But it's been a very good morning for Middlesex so far. They'd have, I'm sure, wanted to bowl first as well, which Northamptonshire have done here. And Sanderson and Guthrie both had moments, but not enough of them. Chahal had one very big moment with his first ball each, just finding his way a little in his spell still. But Robson and Holden will be absolutely delighted with that start, as will their team. 61 without loss. We'll give it a moment or two, because it feels as though that rain stopped again. As much as you're thinking, let's go for the early lunch, it's virtually gone as quickly as it arrived once more. We'll take a short ad break though and see what it is off the back of it. So 61 without loss it is. Join us back in just a moment. We'll see what the weather conditions are like here at Northwood. Timing is everything in cricket. Here come the players. It was a short, sharp shower again, which is good news with that heavier band of cloud that you can just see in the background there to the left. So here come Northamptonshire ready to go. Boy, we'll be lucky if it is going to be a day like this, just some short, sharp showers and on and off. That is the hope. I'm sure both sides, particularly Northamptonshire, will be very keen for as much play as possible today, having won the toss and with the overheads in mind, put Middlesex in. They'll want to make these breakthroughs and hope that they can force the issue with the ball today. That man on the right, though, has certainly just put something into everybody's mind in the match with his first ball that ripped away from the right-handed Robson. A lovely bit of drift as well. Middlesex leaving out their leg spinner Luke Holman for this one, and well, that first ball will have made them a little rueful that they did leave Holman on the sideline. So over to Zafar Gohar to take on the spin duty throughout the match. Helm, Roland Jones, Higgins, Noah Cornwall. The seam attack. There's a little bit of spin there from Lewis Deploy himself, of course. And that man in shot, Sam Robson, golden arm. So 63 without loss, Sanderson continuing his 6th. Stop. Tumbling away. Mid wickets. Sharma in there. Robson had a fancied runs, punching off the back foot. Angle back towards off again. 18 overs bowled. 63 without loss. There's the skyline once more. It looks pretty grim. To the naked eye, I'd say it doesn't actually look quite as bad as perhaps it does on camera. Doesn't feel as bad. It's breaking up again. You can just see that little glimpse, the slither in the distance over the tree line. Similarly to the left of shot as well. You can see a little bit more by way of lighter sky. So hopefully we're okay through to lunch. Happily take a shower in 30 minutes time.
Chahal will continue. It's been a threatening first 2 overs for the leg spinner. It's an important spell, half an hour to go until lunch, not for Northants. They're going to want to pick up a couple of wickets. Winning the toss, choosing to bowl first.
Going down the leg side, but there's that grip again. Holden making the indication with his hand as much. Good line again. Onto the off stump. Oh, now 1, 2, 3 bounces and popping onto the rope for 4. Holden hit him with the spin. We saw that first ball of the over really grip and turn. Holden confident hitting that out of a slot really. There or thereabouts where Chahal will want to ask that question. No ball called. Down the track comes Holding. Has to get back to the inside edge. Even had it been in play, would have been out of play, but he had to get back into his grounds just in case that ball deflected straight to the leg slip. It would have been sharp work. Would have been a frustration to run out off a no ball. Of course, he couldn't be stumped off the no ball. He can't be stumped off the no ball, but had that have just fallen straight to the hand of leg stump and he flicked back at the bail, he could have been a run out of it. Solid forward defence to end the over. 69 done. As the sun breaks through again. Take plenty more of that. Middlesex certainly will today. Here's the first one, which was the LBW appeal. Always going down leg side, but watch for the turn. There's the flight, there's the drift, a little bit of dip, and then... Ah, no, this is the pickup shot. Holden, a strong player of spin, happy to play that one. Not too dissimilar a line and length actually to what was that first ball, which was on that line but turning down the leg side. It's thumping into the pad.
Sanderson continuing then. We have to prize these two batters out now. That movement has died down dramatically, even though there are cloudy overheads. Robson and Holden have done very well just to nullify what early movement there was. Sanderson swapping ends. It was this end that last year he picked up this hatful of wickets and 8 for in the match. The side will need and hope for something similar.
Good again, angled in from wide on the crease. Oh, now that wobbled a little. Just seam. A little bit of seam movement back in. Again, it just felt as though there was a little bit of wobble in that. Robson was tentative. Made an over for Sanderson. Got a big ooh and an ah from the fields. Just looked through the air as though it was, is it gonna just pull away? But then on pitching through it goes. Harry Latchman in the background there. Good to see Harry. Taking a seat out on the far side, having a look square on.
Here's the battle again then. Chahal, the leg spin up against Holden. Always likes to be positive against the spinners. They've just dropped. Safe save out to deep mid-wicket.
Unana, but Holden calm and composed. This will be an interesting battle. Single taken. Okay, they're doing the fielding at mid-on. But yeah, Robson and Chahal will be interesting as well, but Holden probably err a little bit more on the Side of positivity against the wrist spinner. Just over 20 minutes to lunch on this first day. Been a really interesting first morning so far. Charles added to that conversation with a bit of grip that he's getting out there early on. Out the field. There was a bit of flight there, just allowing him to free up that front foot and stroke through the line of the ball, but straight to cover. 70 without loss.
Found some form last time out in the county championship. Sam Robson 133 in that win, 3-day win for Middlesex over the Division 2 leaders Leicestershire. Featured a little bit for the second 11 while the T20 Blast was full on in action. He's back in, leading the line with the bat.
A bit of width in that for Holden to play with. Didn't get it out of the middle at all. You could hear off the bat. It's a clunky sound. Northampton should be too perturbed by the wicketless 22 overs so far. There's been enough chances in it so far to give them more than enough room for optimism. It's a big number 3 to come in though in Kane Williamson. They'd like to get at him as early as possible, particularly before this kookaburra becomes too soft. Here's to deploy it for the skipper, Ben Geddes at 5. I think it might be Higgins at 5, Geddes at 6. And then Cracknell scored his maiden first class century at Wantage Road. Safa Gohar, an outstanding number 8, coming in below Cracknell, and then Toby Rowland-Jones needs a little introduction to even occasional cricket watchers. Indeed, Tom Helms, an outstanding number 10, and Noah Cornwell, who will be number 11, or is likely to be under 11. He's getting almost a Rowland-Jones reputation for his ability to hit the ball far and wide. Cleared grandstand at Lords in a T20 last season against Somerset and Ben Green, and down at Cardiff on Friday night he thumped a huge 6 over long on, which crashed into the wall of the indoor school. See Cornwall going up the order over the years and perhaps having that kind of Rowland-Jones impact at, well, certainly at 10, but even at 9, I guess as number 11 you're You're almost having to play for your mate at the other end, depending on who it is, especially if it's a 7, 8 or 9 still there at the other end. Bit of bounce again for Sanderson, and that's Merchant Taylor's reputation is extra bounce for the seamers. High up on the splice, reverberating up the bat. Holden, I think, did just take that glove off and then start wringing his hand away afterwards. Just a little shake on it, use the wrist. 70 without loss after 22, not far from lunch. 15 minutes on the first day.
Full from Chahal. Robson. It was an early call of yes, but very quickly sending Holden back. He actually timed that one very well. No chance of a single.
Oh wow, there it is. There's that ball again. Pitching around leg and sharply turning. Let's have a look and see. There's the bat face closing and the edge taken. There's a scrambled single for Robson. Here is the front on of that ball. Now just watch for the drift first of all. There you go. Just starts to drift there and then turns. Robson looks back at the pitch, but this man's in the game. Slides on down the leg side. Quicker ball from Chahal. Just darted that one through. The feet from Holden, and he puts that away. Lovely shot, nice shuffle, and a sweet drive.
Yeah, full toss from Chahal. Holden not going to miss out, but executed well. Kept it along the ground, timed nicely, and raced away for 4 more. Holden into the 30s.
That's a beaut. There's where he'll really wants to try and probe for Holden. Into the 23rd, 75 without loss. There's that little bit of drift, and then there's the grip coming back towards that off stump. Beautifully bowled and well played. Plenty to talk about out in the middle. Plenty to consider. Plenty of reason for optimism that even though it's a kookaburra round, it could be a result. Pitch here, we've got spin from both ends with Keogh into the attack before lunch. It's that little bit of grip, that little bit of turn has interested Northamptonshire. And to be fair, it probably is the spinner, the wrist spinner, the leg spinner, Chahal, that's been closest to the wicket so far this morning. A bit of bounce, a little bit of turn. That's where spinner here at finger spinner here at Merchant Taylors will have some joy as well. The bounce will be something that Keogh and Zafagoha, when he has his turn, will hope to extract. Glorious shot of the morning from Holden, straight through the covers.
Beautiful drive, picked the gap. As soon as he got it past the infield, that was raced down the hill.
Catch it, the cry. There was a little bit of bite and a little bit of bounce in that one. 80 without loss.
Around 10 minutes to go until lunch. These two out in the middle worked so hard this morning in what have been bowler-friendly conditions, and they'll just get through to lunch. And this is very much a session that Middlesex will have wanted.
Cold ones needed over the next few afternoons. Might be a few cold ones this afternoon as well. More of a beer jacket this morning though. Not too cold. It's almost a pleasing dip in temperature after the excruciating heat that there has been. Spectators as well as players at the outgrounds. Nice flight. Just clearing that front foot, looking to pierce the field with the punch drive. Ball deflects off extra covers. They are able to pick up a single. Just struck pretty hard straight at Sales, but can be a bit of a bobble here at Merchant Taylors as well. Respectfully shuffled across the pitch there. Chahal to go and get the ball. Lovely use of the feet. Quick single taken. Oh, goodness me. Can you get an angle of the bounce of the non-strike six? That ball kicked up so much. Can you get an angle of the bounce? Look, whether that was where the ball hit. I think the ball may have just hit that divot there, and it's kicked up, so even if the line was correct, that ball went a long way over the stumps. Let's see if it just picks it up there, but look, you see that ball's above the line of the shot when it bounced over the stumps. I'll take a couple. 25 done, 84 without loss. Might just see if an angle of it from here. It's a sharp single, tight single by Holden. He set off and he had to run hard and he had to keep going. Watch the bounce, really kicked up high over those stumps. Just hit. No, it didn't actually hit it. It didn't land in it. It landed short of it. Everybody looked back as though it had landed in whatever it was there, a little divot, but bounce all around, not just off the track at Merchant Taylors.
Took some evasive action there as well, Holden. That throw came flying in. He was safely home. Keogh will continue.
Stroked away beautifully. Just a single though because the sweeper's back. down and outside the line of off. Which grip was there? Fair bit. Full of ball dug out. Nudged one to finish. 86 for no wicket. 6 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, another couple of runs from the over. Forget, assuming Chahal and Keogh continue, definitely 2 more overs, maybe a third. But those 2 in the middle have set the platform nicely for Middlesex, and they'll look to get through to the lunch break and then fill their boots in the afternoon session.
This pair, Robson and Holden, will be so desperate right now to get through to lunch, not just for themselves, but you get out now, you're really doing your teammate no favour at 3, and the teammate at 3 is Kane Williamson. Northamptonshire would love to have an over at him before the interval. So a big job to be done just to get through these next couple of overs and get off for lunch none down. But that is a perilous task, and that's why Chahal's got some beautiful grip out there at the moment to play with. Now nearly gets through inside edge, brings Robson a single. Had the big ripping leg spinner away from the right-hander. Robson asks what time is it? Umpire's having a little look. I think they'd like to get off, and this is why that one just slides on. Chahal adjusting the field here. Middlesex will take every delay they can get. And that's really sharply turned again, but it was dragged down by Chahal. To some extent, Holden's done well not to get too carried away with it. He picks up the single to end the over. 88 without loss. It's a very good start for Middlesex. Can they get through one more over to lunch?
The clock showing that time has just ticked past 1, but I'll make it still 3 minutes to go, so you would assume that this will be the last over. I'm sure Holden and Robson will take their time with it as well.
Zaffer's spinning it away already, thinking about it, flipping it up in his hands. Navi Sharma in the middle as well, standing up. Sadly missing this one with a little bit of a side niggle. But yeah, that was clearly the conversation between Robson and the umpire towards the end of the last over. Well, the clock over there says it's 1 o'clock umps. Yeah, but that's not the one we're using, Sam.
Smothered from Robson.
Yeah, he's getting a long way across there. The line's just a little bit too wide, which is allowing Robson to get so far across. Take LBW out of play and, as you say, smother it. It's a little better. Robson on the back foot. Turning away. 59 now the time, so probably will be lunch. Middle straight and really seems to get himself in a little bit of trouble on the front foot there. Robson, he went a long way across, then had to drag that foot back. That was a thought of the second, but not so. So this should be last ball before lunch. Haven't quite hit 1 o'clock though, if they're quick enough. Happy leave from Holden and a happy walk straight to the pavilion from Robson. I don't think he even looked at the umpire there. He may have had to have been called back if the umpire disagreed. But Middlesex's morning put in here at Merchant Taylors School. You have to fancy Middlesex would have bowled first as well and wanted to get in amongst Northamptonshire. Visitors haven't been able to do that to Middlesex though, and Holden up to partner Robson. Those two have come together nicely and roll back the years. The opening partnership formerly for Middlesex, doing it again and doing it well. 90 without loss on the live stream here from Middlesex at Merchant Taylors School in association with Alphabet. I'm Kevin Hand from Don Ford as well. We'll say good morning to you and enjoy your lunch. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes with Middlesex having been put in 90 without loss. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School live in Hart Stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club in association with Dafabet. And the hosts are 90 without loss, having been put in this morning by Northamptonshire. A good morning with the bat for Sam Robson and Max Holden. Plenty to do for that huddle. There's a fair bit of assistance out there this morning. A little bit of swing, some seam, the bounce you expect from Merchant Taylors, but spin as well, which played the biggest part and carried the biggest threat probably. But they'll look to somehow find a way to break this partnership early in the afternoon, unable to do so on the first morning. And having put the hosts in, they'll be disappointed with that. No real chance created, nothing to hand, nothing put down. A couple of optimistic LBW shouts. But Robson and Holden have played it particularly well, and both of those I'm sure will be reflecting. There are runs to be had on this first afternoon now, and one of them will be keen, if not both, to go on. But a strong morning done. There's a couple who've missed out. Luke Holman on the right, Josh Carey's with his back to the camera, Tim Murtagh, the bowling coach, sitting down on the job as usual. 90 for no wicket it is, though. Live stream brought to you from myself, Kevin Hand. Dom Ford is alongside me for days 1 and 2 of this one, and at the moment it's brewing up to be a very good day 1 for Middlesex.
Yeah, it is indeed. Robson and Holden doing really well. It was a difficult first 10 overs or so this morning, but they got through that and then started to reap the rewards throughout the morning session. As for Northants, they struggled for a bit of control. Sanderson, 8 overs for 15, economy of 1.87, but apart from that, it was only really until Chahal came into the attack that little bit of control started to be brought back a little. Found a bit of turn as well, created some low-level chances, but really it was Middlesex's morning, and after losing the toss and being put into bat, they couldn't have asked for a better start.
And it's going to be Guthrie to get us going after lunch. To Robson. He's nicely in position. Is there any way of getting a wide? 3 slips in place. Point, cover and a mid-off. And there's the long leg, deep mid-wicket, and mid-on the onside for Robson. You see that third slip's actually a gully. No ball again, that'll frustrate. Must be 5, possibly 6. That's the 9th no ball of the morning, so they've conceded 18 runs. I mean, that's an astonishing figure. 9 no balls, 18 runs, contributing to that 92 without loss. You take that off and it's well, not too damaging a morning for the visitors. Punched through the covers and popping over the boundary rope. A lovely shot from Sam Robson.
Positive from Robson, a bit of width from Guthrie. Not much movement out there for the bowlers, so Robson confident in driving that out to the boundary. A good start for him in the second session. make that the first real bouncer of the day. Come back from Guthrie, but yeah, the number of front foot no balls just suggested that some of the bowlers struggling to find their rhythm, maybe just getting used to the slight slope that we have here at Merchant Taylors. Sanderson alone really providing that control, but he's going to need support from his teammates.
Robson eyeing that one up. He feels that kept low. There was a little oi from him on that as well. Got across by Guthrie to end the over. 96 without loss.
Yeah, both batters 39, 90, 93 balls respectively.
Tim Mercer would have enjoyed a bowl on this today. Sunglasses gone. Ian Salisbury as well. We've seen it rip him for the leg spinner out there. Rory Coots, the club coach, finds in a spot in the shade. Dane Villas, the interim head coach, having a natter on the sideline as well. My sympathies for Dane Villas having to sit next to those three. Hey look, we're in there somewhere. This will be really frustrating Northamptonshire now. A 10th no ball in 29 overs. 20 runs just in no balls this morning. Nothing on the wides yet. So that's the third no ball of the morning. My apologies, third no ball of the morning for Sanderson. Guthrie has 2. Chahal has 1. And Leach has 4.
It could just be a case of trying a bit too hard as well this morning, winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. Bowler friendly conditions, green tinge on the pitch. It can sometimes, as a bowling unit, you just feel like you should be taking wickets, and therefore trying that little bit too hard can lead to overstepping, but something that Northants will need to regain a lot more control in this afternoon session. 10 overs of spin on day one, morning session here at Merchant Taylors. Suggests that the captain was struggling for control from his seamers.
Sun comes out again. The ball keeps a fraction low again. As the breaking up of the clouds. Patch of blue, just about discernible in there amongst the grey. I'll look from side on. Not sure it plays on the bat. Oh, he's played it quite well actually, but he's dropped those hands for sure. Two straight, single taken. No rush here whatsoever for Middlesex. from this position now, they'll be very, very keen to try and assume control of the game itself. Theory of winning the toss and batting first is you get in and you control the game from the beginning, don't allow the opposition the chance to do so. But with the overheads as they were this morning, the greenness in this surface and also its reputation for being a seamer's surface, little doubt that Middlesex would have bowled first and Northamptonshire would have been keen of taking 2 or 3 at least in this morning. Of course, we're only just nudging towards the end of a session's worth of play. We lost a few overs this morning due to a couple of rain interruptions, about 15 minutes, maybe 20. So we'll have a little bit of overtime tonight, weather permitting, to make up. I doubt Middlesex will have any problem whatsoever with the sun coming out now and staying out for the rest of the day, as it's forecast to be for days 2, 3 and 4. Close, very close to getting through from Sanderson. Robson just about keeping that bat face open, keeping the ball out. Oh yeah. Only a batter who's faced the best part of 100 deliveries and nudging towards 40 is going to get that somewhere around the middle as he's keeping it out. 99 without loss from 30 Middlesex.
No pints in there, no ice creams either. Still pleasant day here in Northwood. The temperatures still very comfortable. It was a little bit muggy this morning, but there's a gentle breeze coming across the ground.
Guthrie had a fair appeal against Holden this morning for an LBW. Holden, he's a long way across there. That one would have been hidden halfway up middle and leg. Just a little bit of shape on it straightening. The one this morning didn't. It continued on its line and was going down. Much like that one. Little yelp from somewhere. Short, pulled away, but just a single. There's the century stand for Middlesex, put in this morning. Wicketless in the morning session. A ton up on the board now for Robson and Holden.
Yeah, wonderful partnership from these two. Got through that first 10 overs. Things became a touch easier as the ball started to lose a bit of movement, but cashed in well, and they'll look to go big throughout this afternoon session.
Another one. Well, this is extraordinary. 22 runs conceded in no balls alone so far in 31 overs. It will infuriate Glenn Chappell and Darren Lehman on the sidelines. You can see it's just on that shot with Sam Robson. It's telling a little bit of a story that it has just gloomed over again. We might have another short, sharp shower overhead, but at the moment the majority of the sky is clear, so if it is an interruption it will likely only be very brief, again like the two we had this morning. Robson watchful of any movement on that one. Just play himself in. They're playing themselves into a very good position here. Renowned as a result surface and a seamer surface. Roland Jones, Helm, Cornwall and Higgins. They'll be very confident of keeping things lively out in the middle. I think the suspicion was that we had a sleeper there. Oh, wide signals. First wide of the day, first wide of the innings on heights, and rightly so.
The epitome of banged in, that one, I think, from Guthrie. Really bent his back. Too high. There's a wide.
Little annoy. The wide followed by a couple. Chahal giving chase. It won't be long until he's back into the attack, because Robson and Holden are easing themselves into their afternoon work again. 105 without loss, Middlesex.
Yeah, some thinking for Lewis McManus, the standing captain for this game, to do. Robson and Holden going really well, looking comfortable. This ball not doing a lot, even though there are those lingering clouds. May have to resort to the spin of Chahal pretty early on in this afternoon session. But it will be Sanderson to continue the spearhead of this Northants attack, and his team needs him to stand up.
Good start. Remains right arm over to Holden. He had a go around the wicket this morning to Holden. I think Leach more so. Holden has a little look at the sky as the light has changed out in the middle, and the batter's recognising that clearly. Bit of grazing going on in the square in the distance there from the gulls, nipping away at some of the feed in the ground, some of the seed. One of 8 playing surfaces here. Couple of pitches in the background there behind the one that we're playing on. That's a good leave. How much did it come back in? Looks like it was as much after it passed the batter it started to swing. Just there, starts to swing. It was a good leave and a comfortable leave in the end for Holden, but the swing after it passed the stumps made it look closer. Patient and poised from Holden.
Yeah, good cricket all round. Sanderson on a nice line of length. Holden confident, assured of where his off stump is. Saw that tight but very well judged leave a couple of deliveries ago. Sanderson just dropping Chahal out to deep square leg.
And there it is, round the wicket, just to target that off stump. And it feels at the moment as though that probably is going to be a better line of attack for Sanderson. Asked that question. Around the wicket to the left-hander, back over for Robson, both into the 40s now. For many years it was felt that Robson and Holden were going to be the long-term opening solution for Middlesex. Holden had a little dip in form and then his position in the side was changed up. He was dropped down the order to 5 or 6, back up to 3, where he seemed to have settled in, but now back to opener with Kane Williamson arriving at 3. Single to finish, Robson will keep the strike. 42 apiece for Robson and Holden, Middlesex 107 without loss.
Yeah, it's an imposing batting lineup. Kane Williamson at 3. In at 3. Elias Deploy 4. Ryan Higgins, Ben Geddes in good form. And Joe Cracknell as well, keeping for this game, scoring his maiden ton a little while ago. There is those lingering clouds. It's been that sort of day. It's been more gloomier moments. We've had a couple of short, sharp showers, some brighter spells, but look to be okay for the moment.
Gets through, and they've got a couple here at least, possibly 3. Long chase for Keogh after it beat Chahal. No, they settled on the 2. Possibly was a 3rd there, but this is a slightly smaller player surface here, of course, at Merchant Taylors. Guthrie was looking to push that one across. Robson just started a little too straight. It wasn't the one that came back in. Then bangs one in short. Now, Robson's climbed up and over that, only just. Quite in control, but he does get the boundary. Such a good time with the ball off the back foot.
Yeah, Guthrie's tried that short ball a couple of times this afternoon session, but Robson quickly into position. Raced away. It's like Misfield. 4 more to Robson. Approaching his half-century.
We just see how well he's played it there on that last one, side on, because he's really had to steer that ball. Didn't lose any of the timing in doing so. Wait there, the cry. Solidly in position on the back foot. Run rate was up over 4s for a while. Northamptonshire worked to drag it back. I mean, goodness me, it would be extraordinarily different. But for those no balls, 10 of them adding 20 runs to the score. 22 now, 11 no balls now. Things I'm sure that Middlesex will be saying to themselves when they get out there. Do not make it easy for them. Short again. That's into Robson's scoring area. No mistake made. Comfortably played on that occasion. But a brilliant 50 here, because it hasn't been comfortable this morning for Middlesex. Put in by Northamptonshire and well tested. Left arm over, right arm over, leg spin, off spin. They've been at Middlesex trying to find a way through, but Robson at his best. 52 from 102.
Yeah, confident way to get there, Robson, backing up that 133 made against Leicestershire last time out.
Oh, now that did a little through the air, but starting too straight and full, Robson only tickling it, but you could almost see that being a problem. Just thought he was going to squeeze this under the bat of Robson. He might play over the top of it. It looked just there as though it was swinging slightly, but maybe it was just the dip on the ball. Robson digs it out. 118 without loss.
Yeah, trying different things. Guthrie trying to prize a wicket, but Robson standing firm. 102 deliveries for that half century, continuing in good form. And he knows this is just half the job. He's got a really good opportunity to kick on, put his side in a very strong position here on day one.
Oh, he's taken that again off middle stump, Robson. It's a couple of times now. Watch for that foot position. Yeah, it's taking middle stump out. If it gets through, but it does not. That'll be the disappointment for Northamptonshire this morning. They haven't got it right often enough, but when they have got it right, there hasn't perhaps been as much assistance as they needed to, as they hoped for. And Middlesex now starting to play it with a little bit of ease. Now, of course, one of the biggest contributing factors to that is 105 faced for Robson and 106 faced for Holden, which is giving Northamptonshire a problem here, but where Merchant Taylor's over the years, you'd fancy even just those back-to-back deliveries that Sanderson's delivered there would create a lot of problems. A lot of it you'd have to wonder, speculate at this stage, that is it the ball, the kookaburra for this round, not as effective. And again, eased into the onside. Now can Sanderson, with all of his skill and wily experience, try to set Robson up here? Three angle back in, played off middle. And he just tries to take one away now. Now guided, little bit of width, cry of catch. Was he trying to guide it that fine with the late cut Robson? Into the ground, guided comfortably. Expertly played. Having angled three in, he just gave up that bit of width, whether he was looking to find some bounce, some seam movement, slightly wider ball. Robson put it away with ease. Problem growing here for Northamptonshire. Middlesex settling into the afternoon at the moment. They desperately need to find a breakthrough somewhere and somehow. And there it is. Down the leg side, a little tickle and Robson has to go. He won't believe that's the way he's fallen. But Sanderson digging it in, finding that bounce and nicking through to the keeper. Such, Robson will be pretty disappointed that he hasn't picked up four for that, but just an extra bit of bounce maybe. We've seen one or two just keep a fraction low this morning. And well, they call it the strangle, don't they, down the leg side, but it's a little inside edge, a little nick, rather than the outside edge through to the keeper on the other side. Delight for Northamptonshire, because they've got rid of Robson. They've been desperate to get at this man early this morning. They didn't manage it, but 122 for one, and they'll finally see Kane Williamson walk to the middle. The first time for Middlesex in county colours.
A wonderful partnership from Sam Robson and Max Holden. 122 on the board. And what a bad player to have coming in at number 3 for Middlesex. Kane Williamson, featured in the T20 Blast. This is first class Red Bull debut for Middlesex, and the platform has been laid for him.
Robson won't believe it. Good chance for Max Holden though to bat with Williamson if New Zealander can get himself in the first innings, but this is the moment now for Northamptonshire. Oh, they're taking it anyway, anyhow. Look at the ball from, I think it was Keogh before passing it back. Takes his time. Sanderson. Williamson similarly now walks down the track and prods away at the surface to keep Sanderson waiting. Checks the field. Couple of slips and a gully. Leg gully, wide leg gully was that last placement there by Sanderson. Quite precise. And the first ball is eased into the onside by Williamson. 122 for one, so Robson departs. Caught McManus, a little tickle down the leg side. This morning, though, Kane Williamson handed his cap by the man he's just replaced in the middle, Sam Robson. An applause from his teammates, who've been his teammates in the Blast, but now in the Championship as well. So it'll be Holden on 42 out in the middle. So have first chance of batting with Kane Williamson in first class cricket. Slight adjustment of the screen before we're ready to go.
Now opportunity now for Northants to getting that breakthrough. They really need to try and tighten the grip. It's a long batting lineup for Middlesex. And with Holden set, player of the quality of Kane Williamson. Need Guthrie to stand up here as well and chip away.
Got to keep it tight here now. Holden will be equally aware after the fall of the wicket. But they don't want to be too down and have two new batters at the crease and undo all of that hard work from this morning. That is a beaut from Guthrie, and that is what seamers look for at Merchant Taylors' School. Lifts down the hill from the Benham end, and that lifts past the edge. There's just a little bit of wobble on it before it pitched there, and then boom, through to the gloves of the keeper. I tell you what, Middlesex won't be too disappointed to see that themselves at 122 for one. Outstanding opening partnership. If they can build a strong first innings here, then the Middlesex seamers similarly will be saying to themselves, come on, from the off, on the spot, keep it tight, and get at them. That's the job of the Northamptonshire seamers now. make up for a little bit of lost time this morning where probably, well, not probably, they were not hitting the top of the off stump regularly enough. I'm sure they will all reflect that. On a ground where the surface can do so much for you. The overheads were here as well. Well, they felt he took that from a pretty straight line. His first look at Williamson at the moment, but this to the left-hander. Again, had that big appeal this morning. There's the Holden step forward. Not so much across as he was doing this morning. That's interesting from Holden and worth watching in this combination with Guthrie. His trigger movement so often takes him a long way across, but here it's taking him forward, and I'd suggest that's probably partly for that one that nearly got him this morning, but just didn't swing on that occasion. Had it have swung like some of the others, he'd have been in trouble. But here's the first ball for Williamson from Guthrie. And welcome to the innings, Kane Williamson. Sweet full toss, wide outside off stump. The last batters in the world, you'd want to give them as juicy a chance to get off the mark as that.
Yeah, I think might have been looking at the Yorker there, Guthrie, but player of the class of Williamson not going to miss out on that. Even just his second delivery, lovely way to get off the mark.
And then serving up with Holden. He's got away with it because that's a great tumbling stop. Bartlett in there, George Bartlett at backward point. Saved the boundary again, back-to-back boundaries. That would have been across the overs for Middlesex. Can Holden go on and go big? Such the form batter as he was the first couple of months of the season for Middlesex. Played his way back into that England Lions side. Hooked hard, just a single. Charles back there on the ropes. There's Darren Lehman, Glenn Chappell, coaching staff of Northamptonshire, just making their way on a walk round. Walk off a bit of lunch. Not quite the Lord's lunch here at Merchant Taylors School, but it looked like a chicken curry today. Saw Don Shelley, the Middlesex scorer, happily walking back with a modest sized plate of curry and rice and naan. I think he might have even squeezed one vegetable onto there.
I didn't see you with your 99 flake though, Kev.
Well, I thought that was your returning gift on me. Kind of waiting in anticipation.
I was going to wait for tea, but see how we go. See how the weather plays as well. Key battle here then. Sanderson up against Kane Williamson. This looks like he always has so much time, Williamson, no matter who he's facing. Something that's always been spoken about with him, the amount of time that he has, the soft hands that he uses. But any batter is vulnerable early, and Sanderson will want to test him, make sure he keeps him playing. Test the outside edge. That's good from the seamer. Nice and straight. LBW in play as well. Visitors will feel if they can pick up a couple of the wickets, drag themselves back into this game. Certainly Middlesex's morning, but with Robson gone, Northampton's coaching staff feel a couple more now and they'll back in this.
Of course, Chappell and Dame Villas would have had a fair few years together at Lancashire, wouldn't they? Opposing dugouts now for Middlesex and Northampton. End of the 36th, Middlesex 128 for 1.
Good over from Sanderson. Holden and Williamson just discussing what this pitch is doing, anything through the air. Plenty of wisdom that Max Holden can gain from batting in partnership with someone like Kane Williamson. But it's Holden who's set, 44 not out, 113 deliveries. There'll be a change in bowling lineup for Northants. Dom Leach into the attack. Just the 4 overs in the morning session, struggled for rhythm. 4 no balls, 4 overs for 27 before being removed from the attack. Lewis McManus and co will need more from the 24-year-old seamer in this afternoon session.
Now it was uppish, just checked it in the end, Holden. Bat just spun in his hand slightly, I think, as well. Around the wicket. Yeah, just popped up on him. Well, he nearly popped it up indeed, but played it with soft hands in the end. So Leach from the Benham end downhill. They've gone back to the seamers to try and set it right straight away after lunch, but it won't be long until Chahal's back into the attack. Width and put away, lovely cover drive. I think cover might have just got a hand to it, he did. So I'll get a couple. Sanderson doing the fielding. Holds on within a boundary of his half century now. Yeah, he started the season, mentioning Lancashire, he started the season with that big ton to rescue a pretty difficult second innings position for Middlesex, which nearly turned the game. Middlesex 2 wickets shy of an opening win against Lancashire at Lords in the first round. Followed it up with another century against Glamorgan the next round. And then was only out at Lords below 50, having got a 50 in the first innings against Lancashire. He was only out below 50 at Lords in the 4th innings he had at the home of cricket this year, when he was going out chasing runs in the dark late in that second game. Another no ball. My goodness me. That's 5 for Leach. It's now the 12th of the innings, I believe. 24 of the 132 runs on that total at the moment are from no balls in the 37th over at the start of this match. As a coach, that will be absolutely driving them mad. Now, Cryer catch it. 1 for the over, signals the umpire. It was a late swing at it, I have to say, from Holden. I did think that I heard a little something on it, but maybe it was just the ball hitting the gloves and that sound was after. Wow. Now this is something of a problem now for Northamptonshire. 13th no ball in the 37th innings of this over of this innings. I mean, it's an absolute gimme on a ground where ball regularly dominates bat. It's when one goes down off a no ball that Northamptonshire really will start to get quite annoyed by it.
Yeah, just struggling for that rhythm. Dom Leach really does come bustling in that run up. He's got good pace about him. We saw that bouncer to Holden a couple of deliveries ago. He can get it through. Maybe just striding a little much here, striving too hard for that wicket.
.134 for one after 37, so there's Robson with the 57 at the top. Got a little tickle down the leg side to McManus. Holden going nicely, but look down the bottom there. 26 no balls, 1 wide, 27 extras in that 134. Test match at Lords last week. Stato Olythorpe reminds me 25 byes were conceded by India in their second innings, and they lost the match by 22 runs. Ouch. If this does go tight, then definitely Northamptonshire will be looking at these no balls. Back to Sanderson versus Williamson.
The no balls have been spread out. Dom Leach with 6 himself in just 5 overs, which is extraordinary really, but 3 for Guthrie, 3 for Sanderson, 1 for Chahal as well, to go with those 6 from Leach. So all the Northants bowlers struggling in their delivery stride.
Not bad. Little tilt to the head from Williamson. Just straightens. Just does enough.
Yeah, pretty good from Sanderson. And the nod of approval from Williamson. Not much he could do there, and that wasn't too far away from clipping that off stump either.
Just tilted his head one way to the previous ball. Now watch Williamson's hand movement after this one. That's come back in. Kiwi great, working it out in the middle at Merchant Taylors. Get a couple there. Sharma doing the fielding. Retreating from mid-wicket.
Always tucks the ball off his hip with ease. There's Kane Williamson. One of those batters that never tries to hit the ball too hard. Looks to time it for a couple. Often it will race away to the boundary.
Reckon them up here on the top of off. Again, that would be, I'm sure, their own criticism of their performance this morning. There just weren't enough balls on that spot. They'll have lost a bit of time. Crucial to strike early with the Kookaburra. They're going back to control now, but that's where perhaps they needed to begin this morning. That's a good leave by Williamson. Untroubled, unfussed. They can ooh and ah as much as they like. I reckon Williamson's lined that up pretty well. You've seen one nip away and one nip back in, and that one just about holds its line. I don't think there was a great deal in that one. There you go. Gun barrel straight through it goes. Had it have nipped back in, I'd certainly like to be getting Williamson shoulder in arms, but again, I think he's lined it all up pretty well. 136 for one.
Again, you can see how late he makes that decision to leave as well. Going back to how much time he seems to have in the middle. Looked to leave that one very late. It was a very well judged leave. Leach to continue then from the Benham ends around the wicket to Max Holden. That's the area he needs to be, you know, on and around that off stump, angling back into the left-hander. 5 overs, 33. Just struggled a little bit for control, but there's been some good deliveries in there as well.
Looking for the second, but it's just one.
Looks like, yeah, afternoon pint. Why not? Day at the cricket. Kane Williamson in the middle. Always a pleasure to watch.
Oh my goodness me, that's another no ball. At what point do they somehow find a way to try and address this, because it's an extraordinary number now. That's 7 for Leach. $14 in the innings now. Top ball now. What will they be thinking right now? When can I get them in and have a word with them? His old mate Jason Gillespie, I know, would be absolutely raging right now as coach. Even a couple of no balls in a session, he's furious with his bowlers, but 14 in a 39 over spell would be absolutely infuriating for coaches and bowling staff alike. Punch through, lovely shot. Sat up outside off, but put away. Another boundary for Williamson.
Yeah, class shot. Bit of width. All the time in the world. Nicely timed, and races away for more for the Kiwi international.
Down the leg side to finish. 143 for 1 after 39. Tom Helm.
Hello.
I think they heard you already. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, mate. How you doing?
All the better for seeing you. Good start for Middlesex as well. All the better for seeing this start for your boys.
Yeah, it is, particularly batting at 10. Could be a nice afternoon in store for us, yeah.
Does that mean a bit even bigger lunch than you'd have had anyway?
Yes, yeah, it does, yeah. That's exactly what it means. No, yeah, it has been a great start, given that we lost the toss and were put in. I think it goes without saying that we'd be very happy after 39 overs.
Sanderson to continue. Oh, wow. This must be a talking point in your dressing room right now. I cannot imagine what the coaches are going through. That's a 15th no ball.
Is that how many? Yeah, it's interesting. It's not the most interesting conversation for us to have over there, but yeah, everyone's a bit... Yeah, it is a difficult place in terms of that, though, obviously, because there's a very big hill running from one end to the other, so it does lead to this if you've not bowled here much before, but we also play against these guys here every year. So yeah, I don't think they'll be chuffed come the end of the day with their amount of extras.
Oh, now leg side didn't quite have control of that Holden, but it will. But it's 50, and a brilliant 50 it's been as well. Put in this morning at Merchant Taylor School. Raises bat to the pavilion round the ground. 125 balls, and a fine knock and a crucial knock it feels in that century stand with Robson at the top as well. Short again, just be a single this time. That's the 150 up though for Middlesex, 150 for 1. In line. Williamson for that one up on his toes as well, but just watchfully eased away. But yeah, pretty good knock this from Max Holden, and outstanding as well from Robson, who'll be disappointed with the way he fell, of course.
Yeah, it's a stinker, isn't it? There's never a good way to go, but at least I think as a batter, obviously, you know, he'll be disappointed with the fact that he managed to get out to that ball, but at least you don't sort of look at yourself as if you made a big mistake. It's just, I think, more by luck than anything else.
This is better from Sanderson. I feel he's bunched them a little bit better this afternoon than they did this morning.
Yeah, it's been a funny one. They beat the bat so many times in that first sort of 5 or 6 overs, and I think, you know, things could have gone a little bit differently. We could have been 10 for 3, and I think from their point of view now, looking up at the board, 150 for 1 with a 40-over-old Kookaburra ball that, you know, the ground was a little bit soft this morning and a little bit damp, so it's probably made it even softer than it would have been normally. So yeah, I can't imagine any of them out there are too happy right now.
He's giving nothing to Williamson here. Yeah, that would probably be the one thing. They probably didn't bunch it enough this morning. I'd say it would be their own reflection, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, and I also think the extras, having already mentioned it, I think I think we were seven for none maybe after 7, and then I think you blink and you look up and it's 38, and I think 16 of them might have been extras, and that might not seem like much, but as a bowling side, 20 versus 38 at that point, you know, it can all of a sudden get away from you quite quickly.
End of the over, 40 bowled, 150 for 1.
I don't really know how to bring it up.
I had a rain delay this morning, still 56 overs to go today, 2 rain delays. But at the moment, brighter day. With Middlesex have bowled first this morning, I'd imagine, under these cloudy skies.
Yeah, we would have. I think we had a brief conversation beforehand, and I think the camp was sort of mixed and not really knowing how the pitch was going to play. I think some guys were sort of happy either way, because if we won the toss, we would have had a bowl, and likewise, obviously, losing it and being put in, I don't think anyone was that disappointed. We would have been if we were 10 for 3, I'm sure. But yeah, looking back now, I think everyone's pretty happy with the way the morning panned out.
Through it goes. 4 more. Leach a little short, a little wide, but holds it in good nick. It's an interesting point you make about the moisture with the kookaburra, actually. That's probably something that I hadn't considered. Because it is, you know, there's been a lot of rain around, and then there was a couple of showers this morning as well. Off the hip, but just a single.
Yeah, I think it's obviously the kookaburra is a big talking point, right? And I think the main, particularly coming from a bowler's attitude, the main thing is about the ability for it to go soft so quickly. And I think the second here if the ball found its way in the covers, or, you know, one drifted down the leg side and it went over the boards, all of a sudden the ground's actually a lot wetter than people think. So.
Because it's got obviously a talking point when you've got a Duke's ball as well. You try to keep it dry, but the kookaburra, where you really are trying to bleed every last bit of life out of it as a bowler.
Yeah, and I think that was another sort of point about losing the toss and batting that guys weren't so disappointed about, because it is a little bit damp underfoot, and you know that if you do get through those first, you know, few overs where it obviously was quite tricky, then yeah, things can start looking quite bright for you. So.
Steered that one well, just fine at the mid-wicket for a couple. Chahal's off to chase it. Chahal's first ball of the morning was interesting as well. I remember when Angus Fraser took over, he banned the analyst from the dressing room because everybody was too focused on the batters to get out, and they'd come back and they were looking at what happened, and he banished, I think it was Roger Cook back in those days, was banished to the media centre to sit next to us.
It's so accessible nowadays. That's half the problem, I think, with the NV play and the ability to instantly watch back and see what the ball's done, and quickly either moan or be quite happy with yourself.
Did the Chahal ball get a bit of a mention to Robson?
Was that the
was it a scurry, the
LBW
first
shout?
ball? No, the first one that rags from pretty much leg and beat him outside off.
No, I can't actually say I've seen it, but speaking of people being glued to NV
Oh,
play,
here we go, look at this. Director Dan.
Yeah, that was the LBW shout.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
so
no,
the
I've seen
back
this
leg,
one.
yeah. yeah, sorry. But that
Um,
was never going to be. I didn't even, to be honest, I didn't even think about
No,
it. It's the LBW, I just thought of the excitement of them.
Yeah.
It's pulled. Pulled for 4.
Yeah, I think everyone was probably surprised that I think Chahal bowled the 15th over of the match, maybe, or of the innings anyway. So I think if you'd have turned up this morning and expected a spinner to bowl the 15th over on this wicket from the outset and what it looks like, yeah, the bookies would have lost a few quid, I would imagine.
Tell you what I thought on that. The ball had turned so much that I was thinking that they were appealing for the edge. And as you say, it clipped the back pad. I didn't even think that they were appealing for that. But a good point.
How have you missed that from here? You've got the best view in the house. There's about 18,
To be honest,
there's 18 screens.
Well, because I
in
didn't
here.
think the LB was in play. I thought it was missing by a mile. But
Okay, I'll let you off.
do you reckon it was a good shout then? Do you reckon there was a little bit of something in it? maybe.
Oh, I wouldn't want to get myself in trouble, but I don't think it looked too bad.
Oh, look, we're on camera when he got us to do that, Ollie. Talk about
I've already had a couple of messages saying...
Talk about getting set up.
I don't know if he's listening now, but Robbie White's tuned in and he's pretending to be on a work call and he told me it's a good job I'm on mute, so I got off to a good start.
We've just got absolutely done there by the stream and social media. Double act.
It's good, you look happy for once, it's fine. Yeah.
22 seasons watching Middlesex, would you look happy?
No comment.
No, it's been it's been the frustration this season actually, hasn't it? 'Cause it has such been a good season, but just a few games and a few moments have got away from Middlesex. Even the Blast campaign. I mean, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but watching it from the sidelines, it looks like a different campaign.
No, it has. It absolutely has, and I think, look, if you look objectively at the results, obviously we've come second bottom, and I think it, looks like it has done in years gone by. But from my point of view, and as a player in the squad, I think it had a totally different feel about it, and I think I've used the term before. We were less. I mean, this sounds dramatic, but we were far less of a punching bag this year, and I think there were 3 or 4 games that. So yeah, there were 3 or 4 different occasions throughout that Blast. I think Somerset was definitely one of them. The Gloucester game at Gloucester, and even the Hampshire game here. A case of should have won, could have won, but that's 12 points, and with 12 more points, you're 4th. So.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said that, because I actually genuinely haven't spoken to anybody about it, but from my perception, watching from the sidelines, you're turning up excited to watch Middlesex play every single game, right up to the last.
Yeah, and listen, I think there are a couple of games a year, I think the Somerset one and the Surrey one that stand out. If you put the teams on paper, and I know the game doesn't work like that, but there's no way we should win that game against Surrey when you put man for man, and I'm not saying that's what we feel, because we certainly don't, but from the outside looking in, you're obviously incredibly frustrated when you lose, no matter what game it is, but unless we have a really, really almost perfect night against a team like that, unless they underperform and have a stinker, then it's going to be really tricky to win. But I think even saying that, the fact that we want to beat those guys and think we can turn them over says a lot.
There you go again. Another one that really rips.
Yeah, that really has spun, actually. That's one of the first I've seen from this angle, and I think that gives a lot of us excitement to watch Zaffa Bowl, I think, in the when we get our turn.
Stroke through nicely. It's putting the pressure on the fielder, and they get the single. End of the over, 165 for 1. Tom Helm alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic at the moment. Yeah, the Somerset one at Taunton as well. That was a match that ended in defeat, but it was one of the matches where, for me, it really showed it's a different Middlesex in T20 this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I think we dropped 5 catches, missed stumping. It was one of those nights that we threw the game away, right? And there's no one's blaming anyone. Everyone's had tough nights, and that sort of thing happens in sport. But I think it crushed us more than it might even have seemed, because it was obviously one of the best teams in the comp. Would have turned them over at their place. We were then on the bus straight over to Hampshire. Juices would have been flowing. Everybody would have been flying high for that next game. And we were so close in that next game. Anyway, it was a tie, right? So we could have come away from that road trip with 8 points, which, would have been, well, campaign changing for sure. But just even the whole mood around the camp would have been night and day. But these things happen in sport, and like we said, I know the stats. I know the table doesn't look pretty, but it really did feel like a different campaign, and one that there was a lot of exciting stuff done.
Where'd you end up on the wicket count in the Blast this year? Must have been top 10.
I don't know, honestly. I think I got 20, but there was at one point when people were asking, so I did have a look, and I think Meredith had 27, and this was maybe with 3 games to go. So, but no, from a personal point of view, it was a campaign that I feel like was me back to doing what I should be doing. And I think I've not done poorly over the last couple of years, but I've just sort of bobbed along and not really put my head above sort of anybody else. So yeah, it was pleasing on that front to, and figures, I think, figures aside, I feel like just the way that I bowled, yeah, I was pleased with the campaign this year. So.
So top 10 it was for you. We've got it confirmed. Top 10 this year. And of course, missed out on one. Did you miss out on two actually in the group stage?
Games.
Yeah.
Just
Rested for the last one.
I'm
thinking
I
we
think
didn't miss one early on though.
No, I think it was just the one. But yeah, maybe we'll say two because that makes it look better. But
There you go again. No ball.
I watched the foothold then, but I wasn't like, oh, I wonder if he was another ball. But I saw it and I was like, I think that's a no ball, and then he called it and I was like, oh, I'm a genius.
You got a future in this game, Tom.
Don't. I've toyed with the idea of umpiring.
Umpire helm.
I do think it, this is going to sound really bad, but I can't believe it's that hard. But then I know there's more to it than just watching down there, obviously, and this is a good example of having to watch for no balls. But I think if you get to the big stage where you're on the telly and they do that for you, yeah, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
It keeps you in the game as well, doesn't it? When you come to an end to be an umpire, you know, I think a lot of people ask, like in football, why would you ever want to be a referee? But I think umpiring in cricket's different, isn't it? As an ex-player, it keeps you in the game, keeps you part of the game.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, there's a lot less running involved than there is for a football referee as well. But most people say it is obviously every day is a fielding day if you're an umpire. I'd also imagine it can be a relatively lonely life at some points. If you're on the road a lot, you've probably got a handful of people that you know from your time that you play. This is if you've played before, from around the traps. And most of the guys you played with would have finished and be doing something else. So you wouldn't have the 5 or 6 guys that you'd know and friends with from when you played. A couple of them might still be coaching, but it's basically you and the other umpire. And if you don't get on, then that's quite a long week, I'd imagine.
Naming no names, but the majority of them are the first to the bar in the evening, to be fair, so there's a fair bit of company there for them.
Yeah, that is a good point. We're very rarely in the same hotel as the umpires, so I don't know what their alcohol consumption is usually like, but
They usually go straight to the nearest pub in the ground, don't they, or at Lord's, straight to the tavern. So
yeah, life gets made a bit easier for them when there's a nice pub on the ground, I suppose. But yeah, I've not ruled it out.
of course you get the match ref now as well, so it's the 2 umpires, the match ref.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone looks at, because from our point of view, unless you're the captain, you don't really understand not what they do. Obviously, I'm sure they do a good amount, but I know there's a brief chat with the captains after the game, sort of making sure everything's okay and everyone's happy with how the game panned out. But other than that, I don't know what they do personally.
So you'd like to be a match referee then as well?
I don't know how to respond to that because I've just bashed them for 10 minutes.
Well, you're basically saying feet on the table all day, so.
No, I would, what I'm saying is I would like to know what they do more, maybe I'll put it like that. Dig my hole here, actually. Yeah, I'm done, finished.
This is going to be fun, isn't it? Chahal to Williamson.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'd love to see it when he's on 130 as well. So I'll hopefully wait and see that one.
Just ease wide, a mid-off, good stop, holds him to a single. Obvious question and pretty easy answer because everybody knows the answer. What's he been like, Kane Williamson? Oh, there's the match ref, Wayne Noon.
I don't know who's doing the cameras here, but I'll be cancelled at the end of this. No,
back to Williamson.
Yeah, he's been. I think it goes without saying he's been fantastic, to be honest with you. Obviously, his performances on the field stand for themselves, and you don't have to be a genius to see that. But
now goes down. Always a sharp chance at short leg, but I think they'll be pretty disappointed this one wasn't held.
Yeah, I can't claim any knowledge of what that's like in there, but it cannot be. And like you say, straight off the face, just looked like he'd be in the pace of it. I think he got a good piece of it.
It's the first chance of the day that's gone down, which I think is worth noting as well. Because I'm going to take two here. That's good running, really good running. You look at a wicketless morning session and whatever it was, the opening stand. 122. You think, have they put down a chance? But there was nothing offered to hand this morning.
No, they haven't. A couple of early LBW shouts and a few plays and misses, but no, it has been pretty nice going.
Lofted. Not the first time that Holden's gone after him, but it's the biggest all the way.
It's in the VIP tent as well, I think, down there. With, I think the Border in today, aren't they down there? I think. So be careful, Maxi.
Next year's pay rise could be in there.
Yeah, but no, just quickly going back to Kane, he the knowledge he obviously has, being who he is amazing. But it's so funny if you could be a fly on the wall in some of our team meetings, and everything gets said, and people are sort of looking around, and it gets said, and the second he starts talking, everyone's the jaw doesn't drop as if they're in. But it's just the attention people are paying him. And I'm not saying that no one's listening to anyone else, but when he talks, there is honestly such a clear difference between the way people are leaning forward and trying to hear what he has to say. Whereas I don't feel like I get quite the same reception in our team meetings.
Dan, have you got a shot? You got a shot of the balcony, please? 177 for one after 44. Slight break to take change of gloves, drink, towel down. Just looking for Tim Mercer. I understand he has a similar.
By the way, that's two. Look at that. That's NV Play. Josh DeCare is 100% on NV Play, watching a dismissal from somewhere. Joe Cracknell doing exactly the same thing.
Is he watching the Six Crackers?
There's a good chance they're watching the Six, or they'll be watching a dismissal from somewhere around the county. That Zaffa, he's doing the same thing. Every single one of them will be
What's
watching.
the physio on?
No, that's Greg. Yeah, Greg, our physio. There's a good chance that's NV Play as well. It's good, right? It's showing that everyone's invested in it and interested, but.
No, it's been one of the in my years doing it from just doing radio on the internet, then all of a sudden you started to get the replays, then you got the streams, and now obviously the enhanced stream like we've got here. And the reaction it gets on social media as well, the clips in the evening.
That'll be one there, a few kick-ups. That'll be on Northad's Instagram, I'm sure. But it's also really helpful from a technical point of view. To be able to get home from a day's play, and whether you were happy with how you've gone or not so happy, you don't necessarily have to have a coach behind you filming things. You can pick up technical things about your alignment, how the ball's coming out of your hand, all this kind of thing. And I'm assuming it's exactly the same with batting. And fundamentally, a lot of us just like watching ourselves do well too. So
you can turn the sound up on the commentary on those days, turn it down on others.
Correct.
Most others.
Yeah. No, it is, and also, you know what? A lot of us enjoy watching other people get out. So.
So back to Mercer. It's a similar thing when Mercer stands up and talks. The whole dressing room sits forward slightly, and
yeah, carbon copy. Both of them cut from the same cloth. But no, in all seriousness, Mertz, obviously we all know him, and we know he's a joker, and he likes to laugh. But he has also taken 960 poles at 23 or whatever he got them at. So I think he does get a lot more credit, and maybe not that he deserves, but No, he does. Yeah, when he speaks, people listen, whether it's the right stuff or the wrong stuff. So.
To be fair to him, I do remember when he was a player, people said he never says much, but when he says something in that instance in the dressing room, everyone listens. Yeah, whereas in the bar, they all just switch off.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I think you bang on. He's not a man of many words, but he, like you say, what he does say is pretty on the button, and it can be quite cutting at times, because I think, you know, if something hasn't, and this was when he was captain more so, but when things didn't go well and you might have copped a well-deserved, not anyone in particular, but copped a bit of spray from Mertz, then you know that you deserved it, or you know it wasn't just for the sake of it. So.
Helmet for Sanderson. Just trying to picture yourself or Rojo putting on the lid. And
I had to double take when you said Sanderson. I was like, surely it can't be Sanderson.
Or Mercer, indeed, over the years.
But there's a lot less running involved in those positions, so he's extending his career maybe a little bit. So. Do you feel like your job's been made harder now? All the video stuff's there, so that you can get called out of your.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can't just make it up anymore.
It's awful. Yeah.
It's coasting for nearly a couple of decades. You do get to let the pitchers do the talking now, though, which is the trick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we look at our stuff as well. Yeah, I suppose you get to go back and analyse your day's work if you've called a stinker. So.
Less is more, they say, and with me, they say even less is more. So. No, it's good fun. It's again, as I say, just going back to the stream and as you say, the analysis of it, the social media. To be actually one of the biggest frustrations, which you'd see a great day's play, and that was it. It was gone. These amazing catches, amazing deliveries, wonderful shots, and you described it on radio that day, or whether even now, you know, whether it was radio or TV. But it was gone. That was it. Now you've got all the replays. You get to go back and see it all, and it was such a frustration that such a great sport was not getting.
As long as I'm not getting booed.
Such a great sport was not getting, you know, the coverage it deserved, which it is now, and it just, you know, it goes to show the figures. $250,000 for that Surrey game tuned in. I mean,
is that right? Yeah.
It's not bad. 360 it was in the end. Wow, 360,000. Our fourth highest ever.
Look at you underselling us. No, you're right though, particularly on the catching front. And I mean, like I said earlier, guys love watching themselves do well, right? So if someone does take a catch, it's not only your word anymore. You know, everyone says, "Oh, it wasn't that good." "Oh, it was pretty good." "Oh, it wasn't that good." Now there's proof. So.
But there's no doubt it would have helped the game kick on. The advances in the last 20 years in covering county cricket, all of it, as you say, to go back and watch and see how others are playing, see how you're doing.
Yeah, 100%. I also I think a lot of what happens sort of now in the international stage, you see guys get called up where 10 years ago that sort of person would have never been called up. Whereas I think now a lot of it not necessarily is not unjust or just on the stream, but if there's a clip of, you know, George Grimstall's not playing today, for example, but on the stream, big, tall, bouncy. If there's a clip of him bowling, you know, it could be a 2 or 3 over spell, but if he takes 3 or 4 on the stream, blowing people's gloves off in front of their face, like, that's what they're after, right? And I think it's easier for those guys to see it. You don't have to send scouts around to see it so much anymore. So. It might look lush out there, but Safe's just caught one in the chest, I think.
Yeah, I was saying the 2020 that was played here, they had the drone shot of a week or 2 before the game and the day of the game, and it was so parched, the outfield, it was unbelievable. But you couldn't actually see it from this level, but from overhead. So it'd be interesting to see what it's like for this one, actually, from an overhead scene.
It's night and day from, you know, the last 3 days rain we've had. I still think it's obviously a bit softer, but it will still be quite hard under there. But But yeah, you'll be lulled in thinking it's a bit softer, so when you slide, and your whites will be caked in mud. Thought they were popping up your drone shot then.
No, there's no drone today, sadly. Hey, we need to bring you back, Helmy, because you're giving us ideas. There we go, there's the pan out. Yeah, you can see how much more.
Yeah, you see, look at that.
Director Helm. Although, there you go, there's the parched bits down the bottom, which...
oh, they're still there. Didn't watch that on the camera. There we go. Can we get a replay, please? Here we go. See? Wow, yeah. Yeah, that spun a lot. In the 47th over on day one on what looked like a pretty green tinged wicket, so.
Yeah, that first ball of the day, the comment immediately was Zafar Gohar will have a big smile on his face right now.
Correct, correct.
It's through and away.
I remember I played a game on loan for Glamorgan, I think it was back in 2014 maybe, and Dean Koska was playing, and I can't remember exactly when it was, but we were coming towards, or they were batting, sorry, and Syed Ajmal was batting against Dean Koska. And I think Dean Koska beat the bat and turned one away from him, and Syed Ajmal just started laughing at him. And I was very young, I was like, I mean, it's a strange response to start laughing at him, and he basically just said, I have to bowl too.
I was actually thinking that Chahal bowling to Zafar Gohar could be a lot of fun later on as well at some point.
There's a good amount of spin hate there from Zafar as well, which is a very enjoyable thing to watch. So
end of the over, 48 done, 182 for 1. Oh, clouding over again. It's good for days 2, 3 and 4 though.
That's all the other side, right?
Yeah, that's gone past.
Yeah, okay. I lost my bearings. See, case in point, your life's much easier now, this TV.
Helmy, shush. It's away fine. It's a chase on downhill, but Mitch gets around.
It's more of a mullet there from Keogh than I thought, when I saw him this morning. He must have had it under a cap, but...
You've never been a mullet man, have you?
No, the modern mullet, I think they call it these days. It's a bit above my station. My haircut my hair has been, since I was 18, it was this receding. I do, but it hasn't gone anywhere. I thought it would have gone by now, but yeah. I could go into barbers and get wherever I wanted. It would always look exactly the same. Bang average and pretty thin, I'd imagine.
Who's got the worst lid at the moment at Middlesex? Actually, easy one. Who's got the longest mullet at the moment at Middlesex? That's Esky, isn't it?
Well, Esky's is, yeah, but he had that, he bleached it a few years ago, so I think everyone actually think it looks low key at the moment. De Keers has got a bit of a mullet going at the moment, but he's not really bought in to it. He's sort of, it's a half-hearted attempt. And I said, mate, I actually think it would look quite good, but you've got to buy in. You've got to do it properly. You can't just. Oh Christ. That's a bad photo. Yeah. I told you though, my hair doesn't look any different.
Why are we copping so much grief here from social media today? I'm gonna have to start giving some back.
Pop me back on mute, Bob.
Was Eskenazi's bleach, was that a big bash celebration? Was it a team thing? Didn't they all bleach it or something?
Yeah, it was. I don't think that makes it any better.
Oh no, it gives him a little bit of an excuse.
You know what, I think he did it, I don't know if he'll want me to say this, but I think he did it once and it kind of went more of an orange colour than he would have liked. So he then had it done again.
So it went a little Sam Robson?
A little bit. And then either when if my mum or girlfriend did it again, and I think they overdid it and basically burnt a hole in his head for a few days. And then it turned into that yellow mess, so I don't think he'll be rushing to do it again. There's a photo of me coming up here. Sporty little oik.
Crackers has always got quite a sharp lid, hasn't he?
Yeah, Crackers knows it. Again, it's the same sort of vibe though, but he's bought into it more than he cares because he's got it short on the sides and he's also got a very big head, Joe Cracknell. So
Actually, I think Josh's dad. Oh, it's through and down the granite goes. A lovely shot for 4 from Holden. Yeah, Josh's dad, Michael Atherton, I think he was getting sprayed in the last test actually. They went back over the years and got some photos of Athers.
There was, I don't know if it was the county championship, there was one of these Instagram pages put up a few shots of Kane.
Oh yeah, Williamson through the years.
Yeah, Williamson through the years. He's aged well, shall we say. Good gosh.
Just a single. That's a deep backward square. On 90 for 1 as Williamson takes guard again.
Getting a lot of questions coming in from Robbie White actually. Asking me if I can potentially bring up chatting about paddle or golf. So he must have left the cricket game and had absolutely zero interest in it anymore. Wants to hear about anything but cricket, I think. He would beat me at both things very often, actually.
Paddle's quite good fun, isn't it?
Paddle's great
Have you just
fun.
started it?
We played a good amount throughout the winter. But obviously the schedule's been so mad, I don't think... It had taken a bit of a back seat. And it's wound a few of the golfers up, actually.
It's wound the golfers up because everybody's playing paddle.
Yeah, so the guys that were a shoe-in for a 4-ball on a Thursday when we finished the game were all getting roped into trying to hit backhands off the glass, which was above everyone's pay grade. So yeah, no, we do love it. There's probably 8 to 10 of the boys that love paddle, and I think golf's coming back. So obviously paddle when everyone's a bit tired from a busy few weeks, the last thing guys want to do is run around a paddle court in the sun, but they'll happily sit in a golf buggy. So.
Where's the paddle court of choice?
There's a couple. I think there's one in Bushy, and I think in Earl's Court there's a very impressive one. I think it is arguably the most expensive place to play in London, but it's outdoors, and it's one of these. I sound really old, but like trendy new setups with like shipping containers as bars and things like that. So it is very cool. But
oh, there goes another one.
I was just about to ask if Keogh's spun one yet.
He has. He really has. Robson was smothering him a long way outside of off stump because of the amount of spin he was getting. So he was getting across and taking LBW out of play. Has he got it fine enough? Not just. I'll get a couple. So yeah, I don't know whether Leas deploy. Sam Robson, of course.
Yeah, well, I think, Zaffa being brought in for this year has been, well, I don't really know how to say it, but he's been, I think, the perfect signing for us in terms of balance of the side, and just, this is nothing against the spinners we've got, but just the trust and the ability he's got to do on wickets that aren't necessarily designed for a spinner or suited for him, which then in turn takes such a load off the seamers, and just, yeah, it's an absolute joy having him in the side.
Yeah, it's experience is the word, isn't it? Because Middlesex have got such a talented bunch of young spinners, but spin more than probably anything in the game. You just need those years of experience to give you that extra trick up the sleeve. And that extra control.
Yeah, and like I said, it'd be the same as a seamer, I suppose, on a green one. You expect to take wickets, and you're expected to take, walk off the field with 4 or 5. And
wow, back-to-back boundaries for Holden. He likes facing spin, and after seeing one rag outside off, he goes after Keogh. One through the covers, and nice to see the umpires' knees are still doing well, and the hips.
Yeah, no, Maxie would have enjoyed that one. I think, like I say, I think seeing it spin like that can sometimes just get, not your beans going in a bad way, but just sort of make you realise that you might need to be a little bit more proactive against spin, and there might be one on there with your name on it. But yeah, as I was saying, I think if you leave, if we play on a green one and we walk off without poles, I think everyone looks at the poles like, geez, he's not had a great day there. But I think if you put in a really good shift on what is a flat pitch, then you might only take 1 or even none for, but you can be patted on the back for job well done. I think that's something Zaf's done brilliantly in those wickets that haven't suited him. I think on ones that spin, there'll be no surprise that he's going to take a lot of wickets. But yeah, his ability to help the side out in a huge way on a pretty mundane wicket for spin is invaluable to us.
200 for 1. Middlesex looking in good nick here. The partnerships worth 68, 78 indeed for the second wicket. Williamson 24 of those, but Holden just pushing things along a little in the last over with those back-to-back boundaries. And it's extraordinary, isn't it? Cricket, it's such an easy game from the sideline, and you look at the toss and you think, why have you done that? And at the end of the day, why did they do that? But it's the prime example here, isn't it? Middlesex almost undoubtedly would have bowled first as well.
Yeah, 100% we would have done, and I don't think it was the wrong thing to do from their point of view. And I think it's a funny one, because if we were in their position, I think everyone would be going, God, why did you bowl first? But like I mentioned earlier, I think the first 10 overs we were 7 for none after 7, and they beat the bat maybe upwards of 15 times. And on another day, that's 10 for 3, 1 LBW gets given, and all of a sudden, you're 40 for 4, and everyone's laughing the fact, oh well, you're only doing well because you won the toss. So it's such a fickle game, and yeah, they don't often pan out like this. So
certainly a strong start for Middlesex. We've got 13 overs, still 32 overs. So
I think it's 10 to 4.
Oh, it's 10 to 4. Yeah,
regardless.
I did wonder that it would have been pushed back slightly. Yeah.
Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure.
No,
it's
that makes
10 to
sense
4.
because otherwise it would have been an extraordinary long afternoon session with the time lost this morning. What is it about Merchant Taylors over the years that the seamers have enjoyed so much? Is obviously seam movement sideways, but the bounce here is always something I think that the seamers have enjoyed as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I think Rojo's been a really, really good example of this, because it's not a tricky place to bowl in that sense, but when you look at the slope, and it's often really quite windy here, and everybody looks at the top end, and it's like, oh, you want to bowl that end because you can steam in down the hill with the wind behind you. But because it's such a severe slope, it's almost too much, and I think you can almost get lulled into cruising in a little bit too much from the top end. And I think almost having the handbrake on a little bit, and it skids a little bit more from the top end. Great shot.
Oh wow, that goes through as well. It's 28, Williamson, doing it in pretty impressive fashion.
So yeah, so the top end's got so much going for it, but yet everybody, I kind of think deep down, would almost rather bowl from the other end because you get that little bit more stand-up bounce. And like I mentioned, Rojo has had so much success bowling that end, and it's kind of the ugly end to bowl because often your speeds would be down a bit because you're running into a howling gale and you're running up the hill, but because you get that little bit more bounce, you almost, I think if you could have the perfect storm, you'd run up from the bottom end with the wind behind you. But
that's the bottom end on the left of the screen as we're looking there. So you're running uphill from the left, downhill. Probably you can't quite see it as much from there, can you? But it is quite pronounced.
Yeah, and I think you'll notice, and I think if you've watched us play a lot of cricket here, guys often bowl a lot fuller than they would perhaps like to from the top end because you do get carried in. And like I said, if you've got that handbrake on a little bit, you're not quite letting it go because you get into the crease that bit quicker and everything. You feel a little bit rushed, and it's much harder coming up the hill from the other end. But I think most guys will find better rhythm from coming up the hill. It's just obviously a lot harder on the body, a lot less pretty, I suppose. So
here's Guthrie back on from the Benham end, going down the hill. Just taking a moment, checking the field. There's a deep square, and in fact, they've got 3 back. Deep square, long leg, and fine leg. Oh, nearly tickled down the leg side.
I must be getting. I thought I heard a sound then. Yeah, I don't think there's any prizes being awarded for what might be coming next here. And I think it's often seen. We've done it. We've been good exponents of it, particularly that last Leicester game, the 4-dayer we played up there. I think there comes a point with these balls, the kookaburras, that this is almost just an unwritten rule that at some stage, when you need to try and make something happen, you crack it in for a few overs.
Pulled hard by Holden, just a single out to deep square. Well, so the big talking point around the kookaburra for the seamers is that, or swing, it doesn't reverse late in its life, which it does overseas. Obviously today, Northamptonshire aren't going to expect much reverse because of the moisture around.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I think 2 weeks ago, the idea of playing a 4-day game here after what was 3 or 4 pretty hot weeks in a row, and we talked about how barren the outfield was earlier on, and Cheltenham next week for us, often very dry and lots of wicket ends and rough to get the ball into. I think we were excited at the prospect that it might actually reverse, but yeah, I think the weather's done us in a bit this week. If your sole purpose was to come here and reverse it, so. Be interesting to see if they do the same thing for Kane here, whether they go upstairs or not. It doesn't look like they will with the field, but
still 2 slips in the gully. They've got a fine leg, deep backward square.
no,
And nobody there for that.
but it's down the hill and it's a bit fuller than he would have liked. So
As you were saying,
we've all been there.
Glorious looking shot.
I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd go upstairs to Kane as well. Not because I think it's a weakness or anything. It's far from it, I'm sure, but just disrupts the rhythm a little bit and just makes you think, even if it's for a couple of overs at a time. It's
Short and put away. 4 more. Northamptonshire need to be a little bit careful here. Williamson moves to 36. How difficult is it to serve up what Guthrie's doing at the moment? He's trying to bang out, bounce out Holden, then he gets Williamson on strike. He's obviously slightly gone too full, then he's readjusted. When you're having to, well, primarily as a fast bowler, you're running to keep hitting just top of off, don't you? But now you're asked to do something completely different.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's, you know, I'm not making excuses for him, but this is his first over back after probably what is 15 overs, 15, 20 odd overs having not bowled. He will have stiffened up a bit. You know, it's not the, I mean, it's kind of pretty humid and horrible out there actually in terms of sweating, but yeah, no, it's not easy because he bowled. You know, you're expected to go from ball one. This stage of the year, there's lots of niggles and there's lots of, you know, bits and bobs going on with your body that you're not super happy with. So to have that confidence to run and let your first one go and try and, you know, knock his head off, it's not easy.
Clipped away, but straight to the mid wicket. 2-14 for one. Is it almost worth having, as crazy as it seems, an over back just to hit the top of the off stump, almost as, you know, a warm up to get into that rather than to go straight into the bumper? Is it better just to have an over, see if the normal stuff works, the orthodox?
I think so. I think it would be easier to do. I think he'll be disappointed with how he's let that over go. But I think it would be easier to leak by trying to just get back onto the top of off. And I think, you know, he's not bowled his best over there by any means, but he'll know that and he'll be more frustrated than anyone. So
how would a seamer consider, what I was going to ask you before those back-to-back boundaries actually, was the run rate goes back over 4 now. As a seamer, you're on the field at the moment, the wickets aren't quite coming, the run rate's going back up. Some coaches will drill in 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, get it down. How much as a seamer unit on the field is that kind of on the mind, 214 for one after 53?
Yeah, it will be a little. I think a lot of it's situational. I think if you know if you've bowled badly, right? You know if you've run in and you've bowled 2 half volleys and over, or you've bowled a drive ball and a cut ball, or and there, that's an unbelievably easy looking shot.
Very well said.
Yeah.
It's an extraordinary shot from Williamson.
What was I saying? I've lost.
About the economy of 4 and
Oh
over.
yeah, sorry. And I think you know, we're not robots, but we're well aware when we get it wrong. And I think those times you have to kind of pull your head in a bit and, you know, be hard on yourself. But I think times where, you know, you could look up at the scoreboard, and I'm not saying this is an example of that, but you could be 200 for one, and you might not necessarily have bowled too many bad balls. There could have been a lot that have gone through third man. A lot of guys could have just played some really good shots, and before you know it, you've not done heaps wrong, but the scoreboard says that you're doing a lot wrong. And I think it's on your mind, obviously, when you're doing badly, but I think you have to kind of take it with a pinch of salt some days.
Cryer catch, it's through. Long off's back, so just a single.
Honestly, you can't get the staff, can you, Kev?
So look, there you go, up in the air for a moment.
I think it was always just a bit straight of him. Long off was back. I get the idea. It might have been a bit closer to catching extra cover than he would have liked, but I imagine it was probably pretty safe. Shot.
There he goes again. Holden teeing off for more. Partnership up with it as well, and of that Holden has a fair bit. Mind you, Williamson's catching up, and there were a few. Oh, there we go, 49 to 42. And then strokes it through the offside. Each giving chase. I've got a couple. Holden on to 93.
I think it must be. I mean, I don't know anything about bowling leg spin, right? But I think it must be tricky with when it's the odd one that spins like they are, because that didn't look like a bad ball to me. But then because it didn't spin, because it didn't spin, it all of a sudden looks like it's way too wide. But if that spun like some of the other ones, then the line's probably actually pretty good.
Just a little bit of turn on that one. That one chance offered up to short leg from Holden, but that's it. All the innings, the little tickle down the leg side from Robson, and that little nudge just in front of short leg from Holden, but there's been nothing else for Northamptonshire. It'll frustrate them greatly, and I'm sure worry them a little at this stage as well.
Guthrie carrying on by the looks of things. I would imagine he's sort of a bit torn with the idea of liking the sound of bowling normally to Williamson and thinking he might be able to entice the outside edge versus having to come in and crack it into Holden, who's accelerated into fifth gear quite quickly over the last couple of overs.
He goes short, just a single, so it'll be back to the bumper theory to Holden. Well, it's not so much a theory, is it? It's just a ploy.
Yeah, it is, but it's a funny one because it's, you know, Neil Wagner was probably the best that's ever done it, and I think people think it's a lot easier than it actually is, because to bowl the perfect bouncer on a wicket or with a slope like this, where the odd one skids and the odd one bounces a little bit, the same ball could go, you know, 3 or 4 inches over his head and be called a wide, versus a very similar ball be spot on. And I think before you know it, you can waste your 2 in the over, and then you're sort of done, really.
Straight to it. It didn't feel like it got up. I don't think it was the shortest that he bowled.
No, it wasn't. I was sitting there sounding like I'm making a lot of excuses for the bloke. I don't want to sound like that, but he is a fellow fast bowler, so. Yeah. I wonder if he'd be sat here saying the same about me.
We'll get him on
so
and
that's
find
just
out.
not short enough, Helm.
The old fast bowlers union's gone though, isn't it? The bumpers are served up to the fast bowlers now as well, aren't they?
If anything, I think it's gone the other way. I mean, it's no game plan, and we're not the only people that do it, but bowling bouncers at the lower order who don't necessarily deal with it much better. I think if you don't do it, then, you know, it's a serious flaw, because I know myself, and when you get a couple of good ones, particularly if they're early on, no one moves their feet as well afterwards, and it's not all. I mean, it will sound quite funny and contradictory, because everyone expects the bouncer to be the wicket taking ball, but it's not. It's often the follow-up ball, and I think if you bowl them a good sniff, and then, you know, there's a bit of theatre and everyone thinks you're going to do it again, and then you land one on the money, then their feet don't move so much, and there's a good chance they're going to nick it. So.
Another one goes through, half volley, put away.
It's that slope again.
I can feel your pain as a bowler. That's too easy for Williamson, isn't it?
Yeah, I've watched that on YouTube a lot of times, that shot. You can take over here if you like.
I remember when, well, yeah, he's nearly on that 50. Williamson, I remember when Leas Deploy came in, I think it was yourself that said that you'd never seen a better cricket shot. Wasn't there a cover drive that he played? Actually, it was at Wantage Road, wasn't it? Well, that was one of the best drives one of the best shots you've ever seen.
No, there's every chance I did say that, but I reckon I would say that probably every week.
About Leas, or just anybody in particular on that given week?
Well, yeah, often him, but no, it could be anyone really.
Was it?
I definitely said it about Lukey last week in the T20, and I know he'll love it because it's.
Was that the reverse?
Yeah, every time you open your phone and flick on Instagram, it was there, and I know for a fact he would be absolutely loving it. But yeah, it was certainly one I've not seen before.
Ooh, and goes the bumper. Yeah, I didn't want to go near him this morning when he missed out on this one, and I definitely didn't want to go near him after Chahal bowled that first ball of the day. I'm going to stay away from Luke all day today, I think.
That's not a bad idea.
But equally, I think quite a few in the selection panel this morning were probably kicking themselves when Chahal bowled that first ball.
Oh, yeah, I think it's so hard to know because, you know, we've picked 4 frontline seamers. Well, I know Higo doesn't count as a frontline seamer, but he should do in terms of the job he does and the ability he has with the ball. But I don't think anybody would have expected there to have been, 25 overs of spin bowled when you turned up and saw this wicket, and particularly, and pick the team yesterday. You wait until see this morning, but yesterday it looked a lot greener than this today as well. So, and I think we're very lucky we've got Zaf, and I think Sam Robson's done an awful lot of underrated work. I think he often gets thrown the ball, a couple of overs before tea, and you might get laughed at a bit here and there because it's a bit unorthodox looking, but he'll spin the ball more than anybody on this wicket if he gets a go.
Just going back to the fast bowlers union for a moment, the best example I ever saw of it was in Alan Richardson came back to Lords with Middlesex and Stephen Finn was steaming in, and Middlesex were desperate for the last wicket. Something delayed Chahal for a moment. He's going to send back long on, halfway back, deep mid on really. Is he going to keep going? Yeah, he is. Finney couldn't bring it. He couldn't bring himself to bowling anything that would have hit higher than knee roll. Everything was halfway up the shin to Richardson. And he hung out there for so long, and at some point it was painful because he thought he's going to have to drop one in here. Richo sitting on the front foot, stroking it back, ball after ball, but Finney couldn't bring himself to let anything hit above the knee roll. And I spoke to him after, and he said there was no way in the world I could hurt Richo, his old mentor.
I know, it is funny, and I think that is often how it goes. It's you've got a lot of good friends that play in other teams you've played with various bits and bobs, or you've toured with here and there, and you think to yourself, I'm like, well, I don't want to bounce him, but I might have to. And I'm like, I'll make it quite clear that if I get you out, I don't. My first thing isn't to bounce you, but if you make my life difficult and I don't get you out.
Yeah. Ooh, backing right up to that one, Williamson. He gets it through for a single.
And if you can't get them out, then they've left you no choice, I don't think.
That was the last time I can really remember it, but it was obviously such a good example, knowing the pair of them so well.
Yeah, he wouldn't hurt Fly, so he wouldn't have wanted to. But like I said, there would have been a moment where a line was crossed, I think.
I'm trying to think who the skipper was. I can't remember how it ended, but it went on for a long, long time, and I really don't think he did ever let it go above knee height.
It's a common thing though, because there's the bouncer is underused, I think, by everyone and anyone. And I think any batter you speak to, all they ever do is like, why don't you buy more bouncers? Because you wouldn't see many top order batters often get a bouncer, right? It's just, I think, I don't know if it's because the bowler thinks that maybe it's a bit of a waste of energy, or they play it so well, or they just get underneath it without any issues. And it's just, but they love it, and then often they'll be stood at mid off or whatever, and they'll just be like, oh, go on, bounce him. I'm like, well, you've either had a bit of a plan, or you're in the middle of trying to set someone up or do something, and then all of a sudden you've got three blokes just saying, why don't you bounce him? I'm like, well, it's not quite that simple, because you're trying something or you're doing this, and then all of a sudden you don't bounce. And you're like, why aren't they bouncing him? So it's the same week in, week out.
2, 3, 4 for one. And that's between the pair, both on the verge of milestones. Holden, who had an incredible start to the season. Not that it's got any worse in any way, but it was just a brilliant, brilliant start.
No, he has. He's been magnificent, and I think I actually wouldn't know how he did in the blast, figures-wise and stats, but he'd probably be disappointed with his numbers, just given, I think, the quality of player he's become in the last couple of years. But yeah, he's been enormous for us with the red ball over the last sort of 18 months, I would say. And yeah, he doesn't seem to be letting his foot off at all, which is nice to see.
Keogh is back on to bowl to Holden now on 96. Can he get one to bite to the left-hander? Certainly turn out there at both ends for both the spinners. Sun breaking through again, which Middlesex won't be disappointed. It's a good day so far. They won't want it broken up. I think it was extra cover there that was just being adjusted, wasn't it, by Keogh? Got a long off back. Mid-on's up.
Just trying to tease him into thinking he's a bit comfortable and knocking the ball down to mid-off easily. That catching extra cover is very straight. Just trying to lure him in, I think.
Oh, straight to backward point and Chahal. You might have thought that was the moment. Just the single gets him to 97. Thinking
you've only got about 10 more minutes, so you'd better hurry.
is this the through the years Tom Helm coming up from
Oh boy.
our social media team? No. Now, just short. It's going to get through, and that. Oh, might be no. They'll get back for 2. He's on to 99. Sanderson, second chance of the day. Tough chance. The slope doesn't help here for the fielders either, does it?
No, I don't think it's something you really ever notice in the field, unless the ball's drilled along the ground, and I think obviously it would scurry away towards the bottom end there. But yeah, it might have done, because I think Maxi would probably be a good few feet lower than him there, so it might have just never quite got up as much as he thought. But
yeah, he'll probably be disappointed with that one.
It'll be the 50 for Williamson. First championship game for Kane Williamson. And the first to Manny in the 50 column. Raise of the bat to the pavilion. And around the ground. There'll be a few turned up today to have seen Williamson. Certainly all the Middlesex fans will be delighted to see him as well. 93 minutes, 9 fours, 73 balls.
you're seeing in the background there, I think Murta, Robson, Salisbury just hiding down there by the ice cream van.
Hiding from the strength and conditioning coach. No ball. Oh, and it's hit cover. Thought that was going to be the moment.
I could tell. I was like, I was going to say, no ball doesn't go to him, don't you?
Thought he'd got it wide of the fielder. It was a nice strike.
Yes.
Width and put away, and there it is. It'll make the ropes as well. Holder moves to 103 from 182 deliveries. A punch of the air. Helmet comes off. Third century of the season, Lancashire Glamorgan, and now here at Merchant Taylors School against Northamptonshire. That'll feel good as well. A hug from Kane Williamson in the middle for it. Applause from his teammates. A raise of the bat around the grounds. Just more runs in this very, very good season for Max Holden.
Yeah, he's played brilliantly here. He's been not messed around a bit, but he's been, he's not always been open. He's batting at 3 as well. Which might not seem like a big thing, and it's only one position, and as number 3, you're often in the first over or very early anyway. But it's, I think it just makes what he's been producing at the moment even more impressive.
He's just looked at in the middle. He's looked like a different player. There's a confidence and a control and a calmness. End of the over. 2, 4, 6 for 1. But yeah, for Holden and Williamson, this has been quite the partnership now. 124. The partnership now for the second wickets. They've just gone past the opening stand of 1-2-2, which even at that point Middlesex would have been over the moon with that partnership.
Yeah, it's been one of those days where it's a bit of a sneaky one. You sort of look up, and apart from those, there was that one over from Keogh where Maxi hit him for back-to-back boundaries, but it doesn't really look like there's been many times where they've tried to force the issue. I think they've missed a little bit full or a little bit short on here, and yeah, they've sneakily crept along at just over 4s. It's 4.2 now, but yeah, 250 odd for 1. I think Northants will be trying to really wrestle this game back in the next hour. I think the next half, there's tea imminently, but I think the first start after tea is really, really important for them. It's very important for us in terms of this is the kind of position we found ourselves in a lot over the last couple of years, and then in sort of a short space of time you can not throw it all away, but you can really sort of shoot yourself in the foot a little bit. So yeah, we'll be desperate to make sure that doesn't happen in this game.
Keogh with the 59th, his 9th over. With the Kookaburra, obviously match situation comes into it as well, but day 1 of the game, you reach the 80th over and that second new ball. Ooh, that slips through. Is there any thought with the Kookaburra? Is there any different way of thinking about it to the Dukes? Because sometimes with the Dukes, you might consider holding it back a little bit. We haven't played with it enough, really, the Kookaburra, so no, have we?
Yeah.
The match situation and match conditions are different.
Yeah, I think again, a lot of it's situational. I think if you've got a bowler is on song and hasn't had loads of luck, I think the new ball can make a massive difference. But if you find yourself, I suppose, meandering along a little bit,
but there's no real difference between the Kookaburra and the Dukes in that sense, though, is there?
I don't think so. I think people are much quicker to try and adapt and try something a little bit different. Which I think you'll often see with fields. Like, I've never bowled with the Duke with an umbrella field, but it happens a lot with the Kookaburra, and I think the short ball stuff that we mentioned earlier is along the similar kind of vein. A lot of teams go to that quicker than they would with the Dukes. And I suppose in terms of getting the new ball at 80, I think if the game is motoring along, then it's not always the worst option to keep with the old ball, because it's softer and it's harder to hit, and if things are ticking towards the back end, for example, and you've got, number 7 or 8 are in and they're trying to put their foot down and the ground's quite big, then if you bring a new ball out there, it's a lot easier to clear the ropes, or, the ball, the game can get away from you just that little bit quicker. So I don't know, but I think at the moment, Northants will be pretty desperate to get that new ball in their hand and have another crack at it, because I thought they bowled pretty well for the first 7 to 10 overs. But there'll be, 80 overs in the legs. A couple of guys that want to drag their figures back a little bit, and I think that can maybe make you overstrive that little bit more. So yeah, it's a very exciting period for us after tea, and hopefully we can, that first half an hour after tea is crucial, and if we can get through that unscathed, then boy, will we be in a good position towards the end of the day.
First look at Zabe into the attack, replacing Chahal from the Lake End.
Yeah, a little bit more round arm than well, actually not necessarily much more round arm than Keogh, but certainly a lot flatter and probably unlikely to spin the ball quite as much as the other two. But he might prove me wrong here and beat the outside, so we never know.
Ooh, bit of bounce. Bit of purchase.
That would have been absolutely livid.
Good on, get around and take the sawdust. Look at the mess he's made. It's a good stop. Prevents even the single.
Yeah, we had him in 2016.
Oh, inside edge onto the toe. Decent first over from Zabe.
Yeah, just that's tee. I think that's tee. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's funny over. Nearly snuck one through. Nearly beat one on the outside. Had a good stop, so it could easily have gone for 5. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, "Well, wasn't a great idea." But no, nearly snuck it through and did a good job.
Tom Helm, thanks very much. Same time tomorrow. Middlesex 452 at that point.
I'm not going to say anything.
Appreciate the time,
Thanks,
Tom Helm. We'll speak to him undoubtedly across the season. Appreciate that stint on the mic. Middlesex 2:47 for 1 then at tea. We'll take a short break here on the stream. It's been an outstanding day so far from Middlesex. A couple of 50s and that century at the top for Holden. Both of them will be looking to go on this evening. Do join us back after tea, just under 20 minutes, the live enhanced stream here at Merchant Taylors School. Myself, Kevin Hand, Don Ford. Thanks to Tom Helm as well. And the stream comes to you in association with Daffodil. Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School. Northamptonshire fielders taking to the field once more. The umpires are already out there, and so are Kane Williamson and Max Holden, ready to go. You can imagine that little team talk there was a bit of morale boosting focus from the skipper. We've got a second new ball, still 20 overs away. We're late in the day today because of a couple of showers early this morning, delaying the first session of the match. Still 36 to bowl. Middlesex be relishing the 36 that are still to come. Where will they be by stumps? They are 3 runs shy of a batting point. Of course, things can change very quickly, and a session can swing the other way dramatically. And that's what Northamptonshire will be hoping for, especially when they get that second new ball. They've had their moments, though. Dropped catch at short leg off Holden midway through the afternoon session. He lifted one to Sanderson at mid-on as well. Williamson impeccable so far. Will he be marking his first Middlesex first-class innings with a century and join an elite list, the last of which was Nathan Fernandez against Northants. .247 for 1 then. Here's Keogh, Leach indeed, replacing Keogh at the Benham ends. And straight on the spot. That's what they'll want. I'm sure that would have been the chat. Just hit the top of off stump. Just hold there to begin. See if they can find something after tea. See if they can keep control, and control of that scoring rate. 4.1 is too high. Aided considerably by 34 runs, extras in no balls. 17 no balls today, adding 34 to that total. And that'll be a boundary, I think. Punched hard, there's a chase on. And a slide keeps it in. Sales on the slide. 250 up. First batting point on the board for Middlesex. And emphatically brought up as well. The 61st over. If you do take that 34 runs in no balls, you can accept a wide here and there, no leg buys and buys, but the no balls, take those 34 off the board now, then run rate rise 215 for 1, so you wouldn't feel so rough about it. 100 runs a session to this stage. Oh wow. That barely got up. I mean, it pitched barely on the cut surface. I don't know, but that died on the way through. It wasn't that wide, but just watch how this dies on the way through. Long way short of McManus. It's given the pitch the benefit of the doubt that the ball was so wide that was why, but that'll be of interest to the Middlesex seamers. Now, was that a put down? It was. It's another one gone down. Gully on this occasion. The late cut. Zabe. No, just short. Oh, goodness me. Look at the bounce on that as well. Just short of the fielder. Look at that kick up over his shoulder. It's like the old Tim Flower moment in goal for Blackburn all those years ago. End of the over, 2-5-4 for 1, 61 bowls.
Seven from that first over of the evening session. It's been a brilliant day for Middlesex so far. Those two in the middle, Max Holden, especially 108 not out, third century of the season. And that man, Kane Williamson, has looked at his best. Beautiful, elegant drives. Rotated the strike well. Certainly been Middlesex's day, and they'll look to continue that on in this evening session. As for Northants, they need wickets, and it'll be Rob Keogh to continue then, but a change of ends. He's got through 9 overs today, but first time from the Lake End.
Wait on the distinctive Kiwi accent of Kane Williamson. Ow! Slams into the hand. Now that was on the full as such, I think, and Keogh is slamming the ground with that hand, but goodness me, that would have been one of the catches of the ages. And he have held on to that. It was sweetly out of the middle from Williamson. I mean, that's going to hurt. If you hold on to that, it's a stunning grab, but as such.
Nice welcome back after tea.
Stroked sweetly. Sweepers back though. Just a single. Picks out the fielder. Sweetly struck again, but clip was straight to it. There's the sun breaking through again. That's a nice sight here at Merchant Taylors School. As things stand, we're not going to lose any time though. Scampered. Single taken. A couple of stoppages this morning. We'll make those up this evening. All now around the wicket to the left-hander. You could see a lot of middle and leg, and the umpire says high again. Yeah, look, you can see an awful lot of the stumps there. And it's not, as I say, it's not a bad shout. Not a bad shout, but as much as you could see middle and leg there, I'd suggest the line was more the problem than the height, but the umpire just signalling high once more. It did hit high up on the back leg, but I reckon that's hitting the top of leg if you put it on the DRS, which quite rightly in a match like this benefited it out to the batter.
Confident block as ever from Kane Williamson. 9 boundaries in his 56. 85 deliveries Made plenty of starts in the blast for Middlesex. Past 50 a handful of times, and he's done so here in his first red ball appearance.
Leg stump, half volley put away. Just clipped it away. Clipped quite straight as well, through mid-wicket. Robson-esque from Williamson. Again off the stumps from Williamson, little inside tickle across the front of the pad.
It's been a difficult day for Dom Leach so far. 8 front foot no balls, economy of just below 7.
Cut sweetly for a single. Sweepers are back now around the grounds for Northamptonshire, just trying to block off those boundaries. Got a long leg, deep square, mid-on, mid-off, cover, points. The gully and the slip you can see. There's also a sweeper that was just out, a shot at deep third.
There's 6 from the over. Middlesex going very nicely. 263 for 1. That new ball still 17 overs away. Plenty of time for these two to kick on while this ball is soft. That man Max Holden, 110 not out. He's played brilliantly today. Got through a tough spell the first 10 overs this morning under cloudy, heavy, gloomy skies. And the ball was just doing a little bit off the pitch, but he got through that and he's been able to really cash in. Really impressed with the temperament. Very versatile player, Holden. Someone who strikes at around 150 in T20 cricket. Also showing that he's got the temperament for the long game as well. He's faced 200 deliveries, there is 110 not out.
Another single again. Middlesex easing themselves into the evening session. 111 on the board now for Holden. Straight back at him. Oh, now. Well, look at that. Holden was in his ground, and how lucky is it he was. Keogh's hurt himself with that ball slammed back into him. Second time since tee. The bails fly off, so the look was for Holden. Look at this. Oh, down into something. That's fingertips. And that's going to sting. That's going to really hurt, and it could have done some damage for Keogh. Holden somehow was still in his crease. Look at the back foot from Holden as well. There's the sharp, sharp chance that goes back. Ouch. Well, the physio will come out. Keogh is going off. Serious pain for him on that right hand. You can see he's done some damage to the bowling figure. You'd imagine that could well be a break in the yeah, it's agony for him. Could well be a break in that index finger, which is a real shame for Keogh, and obviously we wish him the best. For Williamson, to some extent, it's a let-off. The ball slammed back, and Holden, it's a massive let-off. You have to think when the ball goes back like that the bat is going to be gone at the non-striker's end, but Holden's foot was in and never left the ground. Let's watch that back foot of Holden there in the ground. I mean, sharp and clever from Holden as well. It was the end of the over, so nobody needs to finish it for Keogh, but he'll be done for now. 2-6-4 for one. And arguably, he'll be done for the game in terms of bowling in particular, but what that means for his batting, we'll have to wait and see. It certainly looked as though that finger was swelling already quite dramatically. We'll have to wait and see. But 2-6-4 for one it is. Leach continues. Zaid may have a bit more work to do with the ball. He bowled an impressive over before tea, but he may have to take on the Keogh role now.
Yeah, that really did look a painful one. You can hear a scream in pain as well from Keogh as that rattled against his finger. Williamson hit it like a tracer bullet.
Cut away. Single it is. Away for a single.
Played that short ball with ease, Williamson. He's got good pace, does Dom Leach. And Williamson, as always, looks like he's got an age of time. Keith and Northants try and bring that run rate back down below 4. Well, they've got 15 to go with this ball before that second new ball becomes available. If they can just bring down the run rate, try and build some pressure, maybe nick one of these two out.
Another one dies. Now they're wide, a long way wide outside off. But even still, that'll be of note. 2.66 for 1.
Take a look at where Max Holden has scored his runs in this 112 not out. Beautiful shots through the covers at 1.6. Straight back over the bowler's head, probably the shot of the day so far. It's been a wonderful knock from the Middlesex opener for today. Usually coming in at number 3, but it's continuing the strong form that he showed, especially in red ball cricket. 3rd century of the season. The opportunity to go even bigger. Well, Middlesex to put a strong foothold, strong front foot forward in this game. Chahal then will replace Rob Keogh after that finger injury a couple of overs ago. Will be the leg spinner from the Lake End.
Nice bit of flight to start. Full toss. Williamson, oh, nearly gets it through. Zabe, good stop. Holds him to a single. Nearly offered up to short leg again. Took the bottom hand off the bat. Holden didn't go too hard. Gleamed over a bit again. So we'll be on rain watch again soon. 2.67 for 1.
Take a quick look at the scores around the ground in Division 2. Division 2 leaders Leicestershire batting against Derbyshire. 258 for 3. Rehan Ahmed with 115. Leicestershire were none for 2, so great comeback from them. Lewis Hill 93 not out, and Peter Hanscom, formerly of Middlesex, not out on 48. Again, bring Glamorgan at 18 for 1, chasing Kent batting first, 155 all out. Kent sitting bottom of Division 2. And Lancashire 169 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Certain Jimmy Anderson featuring in that game for Lancs.
Who? Middlesex, a trip to Lancashire before the season's done. Could be a massive game, that, but A lot hinges on this one for both these sides. 9 points between them. Defeat for either in this could be terminal for any chances of a promotion charge. Just the single. Got a couple here pushed in front of the sweeper at deep backward point. It really has gloomed over. You'd imagine we're going to have a shower imminently.
He's kept a smile on his face, Dom Leach, today. It's not been easy for him. There's the third seamer in this lineup. He's had a big job to do. And he has struggled a little bit for rhythm. There has been some great deliveries in there, but a bit of inconsistency. There's no balls we've been referring to as well. Leach with 8 of those. Northampton's missing a couple from their lineup, the likes of Justin Broad, Luke Proctor as well.
Gorgeous from Holden. One of the shots of the day from him.
Yeah, sounded great off the bat. Picked the gap nicely. A little on the up, but wonderful strike.
That's the 150 partnership up. Taken on that 122 put on by Robson and Holden, and barely looks back. So that was a chanceless partnership too, that little tickle down the leg side from Robson. And he gets it through again here. Hasn't quite got hold of it this time. Take 2. For Northamptonshire at the moment. This rain perhaps can't come quick enough today.
A few little spots of rain in the air. The dark clouds overhead. Generally been pretty lucky today. 2 disruptions, but 5 or 7 minutes each time.
Dies again. Got it front. Gotta wonder how much this will play a part. Here comes the rain. First little spits of it just hitting the roof of our tent. Would Northamptonshire happily walk off right now? 2-7-6 for 1. It's not been a day that has gone very well for the visitors to Merchant Taylors School. A number of drop chances, which are built throughout the day, to be fair. Middlesex laid the foundation this morning. That man alongside Max Holden capitalising on it. It's just eased again, the rain, so maybe we'll be lucky.
Good match up this. Chahal, former India spinner, up against Kane Williamson, New Zealand legend.
Leg side. Oh, now throw to the non-striker's ends. It was missing, but it actually hit the bat of Williamson and deflected away. Not for 4, but
punch at the gloves.
You ever seen that happen before, Kane? Use of the feet, he wasn't quite there, one hand coming off.
Good from Chahal, testing Holden's patience. Bit of flight. Dot to finish. One from the over. Middlesex 277 for one then. 12 overs to go till the second new ball becomes available. The umbrella up in the background. The rain is just about okay at the moment. Umpires are having a look. You see the dark clouds lingering overhead. You expect if it gets a little heavier they'll come off, but for now we're okay. Could just be a passing shower. As I said, the two interruptions we had, basically just as the players left the field, they were coming straight back on, so maybe the umpires feel it's worth just sticking this one out.
Top of off, turned for a single through mid wicket. That's the brilliance of Williamson, infuriating for a bowler. Oh, inside edge, down it goes to long leg. The rain, meantime, has just picked up on the roof of our tent here. This is going to cause a stoppage, I think. It's starting to come down heavy. I'm not sure it's quite hit the middle just yet, but it certainly hit our tent. Here they go. So 279 for one, as we've seen today. You can't for sure say that this will be a long delay right now. We've seen short ones so far. We'll have to hope that this one is as well. We shall see. But 278 for one for Middlesex is an incredibly good position on a day where there's cloud cover overhead and grass underfoot, and a fair bit of spin to be had in the middle. 121 from Holden, 66 Williamson, and 57 for Robson. Well, how long will this delay be? We'll have to wait and see. Let's go to an ad break first, though, and then see where we are when we come back. Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School. Live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. And 27 overs remaining today. Has that been adjusted? Not heard of a reduction just yet, but we'll wait and see if that number changes at the bottom. It was only a short delay again. Third short delay of the day. We do have time to play with each day, so. It's 30 minutes before we lose overs, isn't it, or is it an hour? Is it an hour, or is it 30 minutes before we start? 30. 2-7-1 for 9 then. It's Leach to continue. That's what just passed us and dropped a little bit of rain on us. Been very lucky with the weather so far today. Let's hope there's no more because, well, from Middlesex's perspective, they're in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, mini break there, again just giving Northants an opportunity to regroup, discuss some plans. They're in desperate need of some wickets. Two players very much in, and well, most people will know what Kane Williamson can do when set. Yeah, the visitors will try and put together a plan to dismiss the Kiwi international. Leach will stay over the wicket to the left-handed Max Holden. Did see him come round the wicket before that rain interruption. See the ball die outside of off stump.
There's another one that doesn't particularly get up on its way through. Alford outside off, but only as far as cover. Subfielder on Scrimshaw, who's well, got the nickname of the police officer from Hello Hello. Let's look it up again now. It's a cracking likeness though. Officer Crabtree, that was it. That dies on Williamson. What's Merson munching on in the background? Looks like a pretzel. He's only just had tea, hasn't he? Roland Jones with the coffee to keep himself awake, listening to Mertz. Still can't get it away.
I really feel Chahala's the man, especially in these last 10 overs before the second new ball is available. Northamptonshire really need their leg spinner to pick up 1 or 2 wickets.
Oh, had to really reach for that, but plays it with soft hands.
He's bowled well, Chahal. He's looked threatening. Seems to be when he slows it right down, gives it a little bit more flight. He's found a bit of drift, and that's when he's seen the most amount of turn from this surface.
Leg side and tickled fine for a couple here. Just the 2. End of the over, 281. Sorry, 282 for 1. Looking good, buddy. Ready for the gram. Don't let the boss see you with your feet up at work, though.
Yeah, the ground staff have a little bit of work to do today. On and off with those covers a few times. They get the reward of sitting and watching some high quality cricket, and this is certainly a high quality partnership between Max Holden and Kane Williamson.
Another one dying through to the keeper. Width cut as far as the deep backward points. Nice looking stroke again, just as far as mid-on. It's a watchful start to the session, and Williamson and Holden are very careful about their business since the resumption.
Good lines from Leach. It's been a much better over, just the one coming from it.
even on 69. 108 balls and all the class that he has. Just to keep that bat face open there, just to ease it back. So look at the pitch. Always come onto the bat to easily close that face, and there you go, a little chat about it. I'd suggest at the moment it feels like Middlesex have batted extremely well today. Northamptonshire haven't quite got it right, and they've not really had the easy chances go down. There's a couple of half chances here and there. Very tough caught and bowls. There was the one at mid-on for Sanderson, the short leg. Both of those were Holden. One of them just shy of the century as well. Gets it away fine. I think that was all bat. And 4 it's going to be.
Yeah, just a bit leg side from Chahal. Tickled away from Max Holden.
Nice use of the feet and the drive to long on for a single. Single again. Just a single. Steering it happily at the moment, Middlesex. The run rate comfortably above 4 and over. It's almost like a List A game at the moment. Odd boundary. Otherwise, build, accumulate. Seven off the over. Chahal going for 77, none for. After 19 overs. So 290 for 1.
Yeah, the chat will just be to keep going between those two, Williamson and Holden. No real rush. That run rate at 4 is incredibly healthy. Just 1 wicket down. Keep going. Go big. Cash in. Fill your boots. The longer they can bat for, the stronger this position will be for Middlesex to really attack when they have the ball in hand.
Having seen a few die, that one gets big. Balloons through to the keeper. Now this is what will really interest the Middlesex bowlers. Look at that. It's almost leapt off the surface, that one, in comparison to a few that have died on the way through. Now, how will that be on the 4th day?
Left really well outside off stump today is Max Holden. Very patient. 233 deliveries, waited for the bad ball. Anything too straight, anything too short, wide, or too full, he's been able to really capitalise on that. He's made the bowlers bowl to his strengths by leaving well outside the off stump and respecting the good deliveries. Five dots so far. If Leach can close this over out with another dot, it'll be his first maiden over.
Slides across, started wide, that Holden wasn't interested.
There was the first maiden of the day of the game then for Dom Leach. That man on screen, Lewis McManus, captain for this game, with Luke Proctor absent. Thinking cap on how to prize a wicket in this next 7 overs before that second new ball. How do you prize the wicket of someone like Kane Williamson, 70 not out, 111 deliveries he's been there for.
Again, you have to be very careful looking too far ahead in a match, judging first innings until both sides are batted, but I think there are 2 factors already that Middlesex will look to, and one will be their experience on this surface. They'll know, get it on a good length on that off stump, let the ball do the rest, let the pitch do the rest. Tom Helm said earlier, you know, it's easier said than done on the lengths here, because running down the hill you can just let one slide out more often than not. Offer up a juicy half volley. But I think Chahal's offered an awful lot of threat, and at this stage he's none for 77 in his 21st, particularly the final innings of the match. Middlesex will be looking to Zafar Gohar to have a big impact. Run rate's just dipped below 4 for the first time in a very long while in this innings. It's been high from the off. Dot ball's finished, just a couple of singles off the over. That's better for Northamptonshire. 2-9, 2 for 1.
6 overs to go then until that second new ball becomes available. These two will just look to keep going, get through to that. And although the second new ball will bring potentially a bigger threat for Northamptonshire to take wickets, it can also come off the bat even quicker. With two set batters, top order batters at the crease. Could go one of two ways.
So no Keogh due to that finger injury. Grimshaw on the field as a sub, and it means Abe's going to have to fill in the secondary spinner role now. But he bowled a nice over earlier, just the one run off it. You're going to need something very special here to keep control of this innings. The second new ball is going to be oh so crucial. Middlesex get through that, then goodness me, what will they be thinking of? Just a single. Good sliding stop from mid-off coming around. Bit of bite again. Top ball 20 over, 2-9-4 for 1. Watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex live here at Merchant Taylors School in association with Alphabet. And Kevin Hand delighted to say Noah Cornwell is sitting down alongside me for the next little stint, and it's looking pretty good out there for Middlesex at the moment.
Yeah, cheers, Kev. Yeah, it's an unbelievable start. I think 290 for 1 at the start of the day on a green wicket. You'd have taken that any day of the week. But no, I think where Robbo and Maxi sort of started was credit to them. They sort of dug in, and then obviously watching Kane sort of play is quite special, isn't it? It's like one of the best batters to ever play the game. So yeah, no, great start.
I'd imagine for Max Holden at the moment, he's just loving it at the other end, isn't he? Soaking it up.
Yeah, I bet 130 not out. You got Kane at the other end on 70. It's probably one of the best times to bat, and sort of just try and negotiate potentially a tricky period. New ball round the corner. We saw quite a few player misses early on. So yeah, interesting to see how they go about it.
Good start from Sam Robson as well, wasn't it? Century stand, and as you say, it was a green surface this morning, leaden skies overhead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think last two games, Robert, at Leicester, it was a tricky pitch, and he got through a tough period. And then even today, here, sort of setting us a 100-run platform at the start, really allows you to sort of kick on from there.
Yeah, that's the thing. You kind of look from it from afar, and you might think, well, it's a flat one, but there's been a fair bit out there for the bowlers. Here's Williamson as play resumes after that short break for a change of gloves, I think it was. Single taken off Chahal, and the spinner indeed has had plenty of joy, although not in the wickets column just yet.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. It seems like probably to the outside it is quite a decent deck, but I think there's definitely been a lot with it sort of early on, and then it seems like it's spinning, the odd one sort of gripping. So I think we see if the pitch maybe breaks up, but I think it was quite a hard pitch underneath, but definitely grass on top.
I think they're slightly down to the bare bones for this. You just see one of the coaches in whites preparing to be a sub-fielder. He's got Sales' shirt on. And it's a depleted squad for Northamptonshire for this game. So Lehman and I think it's Smith walking around with him. He's got the whites on. Yeah, they're obviously missing Luke Proctor for this one, and one sub-fielder out there already.
Yeah, they're down to a few. Justin Broad's not playing. I think he was a big factor for their win against us down in Northampton.
Tough game that, because Middlesex would have felt it was a 5-day game. Middlesex wouldn't have declared, and they'd have probably fancied their chances of winning it.
Yeah, for sure. I think we saw what was down there in it. We definitely got a front foot in the game the whole way, and I think with these Kookaburra balls, and it's a decent deck, it's about creating a chance to win the game, which is something that we felt we could have done. I think different moments in games can flip the other way, potential drop catches and stuff like that. So no, it was a frustrating loss, but I think the last two Kookaburra games have shown. I think we've come up with more ways to try and take wickets, which is something we didn't necessarily do last year. So it's been a good sort of step forward, and we'll see how we go this week.
How'd you enjoy Grace Road?
Yeah, I loved it. It was nice. I had a bit of time out of the Red Bull team from the sort of back end of last year, but I think for me it was just clear. I mean, Dupper sort of was trying to save me for the last innings, and I was like, well, if he's got this trust in me, I'm going to try and fly down that hill there and try and do something. Yeah, luckily enough, sort of came off, got into a nice rhythm. Sort of, I think I did 9 in a row, and I wanted to do more, but I was probably should have sort of used my brain and be like, actually, it's quite a lot.
Yeah, it was a brilliant performance against the team top of the table.
Yeah, it was an interesting performance from them. You wouldn't have thought that, I think, from that sort of game. It just sort of shows sort of strength in Div 2. Even we were sort of down towards the back end of the table, and we sort of put a performance like that against them, which was really positive.
Yeah, it was 3 for 60 in the second innings for yourself, wasn't it? 1 for 25 in the first.
Yeah, it was tough, 'cause my first over went for quite a few runs.
Oh, now, was there a little tickle on that? I think there might have been. So he looks around at the umpire.
Just the one that doesn't spin, I think.
Was it bat on ground? It was certainly a noise.
Yeah, I want to say probably just bat on ground there. But no, so there's left arm spinner, you get the odd one that spins, and then I think their actual best ball is one that slides on and batters don't pick it.
296 for 1, the score. Noah Cornwell alongside myself. Kevin Hand on the mic at the moment, the live enhanced stream here at Merchant Taylors School. Hard to continue with the ball in hand. Leicester, of course, was the debut, wasn't it, for Sharma? Picked up that fourfer in the first innings, which brought the game to life.
Yeah, God, he bowled well. It was just, I think it was one of those ones. I mean, I was down at fine leg, and I couldn't see the ball. It was flying through.
That's a beautiful shot. Sweepers can get around, just hold them to a single because they have pushed them back now. Northamptonshire with the run rate up towards 4s. How much had you played together with Sharma over the years?
I reckon I played 2 seasons with Nav. I remember sort of distinctively playing down here with him in a T20. Bowled well. I think he's always someone that potentially, if he doesn't start well, he's always someone that comes back into it and he doesn't give up and he gets into a fight, which I think we saw in the second innings at Leicester, where maybe the first it didn't go as well as possible, but came back in very, very strongly.
297 for 1. They obviously like you more than they like Tom Helm, because when we were asked to just pose for a photo now, the stream put that up on comms cam and had us posing for the picture earlier.
I think Chelly's obviously a good looking bloke, but sometimes the elderly have got to go make way.
We were mugged off. I don't think we've had a fines meeting for the stream team yet, but it might begin today.
Yeah.
But yeah, yourself and Navi Sharma then, so I'm trying to think, what is it, 2 years between you?
No, so Navi's the year below me. So I think Navi's 19 and I'm 20. But no, he's been very good this year. I think sort of coming into it, not often in red ball cricket you see.
Quick single taken to mid-off. And of course young Feldman on Friday as well, a couple of wickets on debut in the blast.
Oh no, I think it was obviously a bit of a sticky situation with the amount of bowlers that we are injured for us at the moment, but the fact for him to come in and potentially not the first over that went the way he wanted it to go, but to come back and get that first wicket was crucial in that game.
No ball called again. This continues to add.
I would say that's probably in the 20s now, so it's a lot of runs, sort of for 3 runs. It's almost a batting point in runs.
It's the 300 up as well with the no ball. Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing for me. I was just saying it before you sat down, actually. As always, I say it's a very easy game from here, but Middlesex's experience of bowling at this ground over the years, it is a seamer surface. It's not one that batters particularly enjoy. And I'm sure that's what Toby Rowland-Jones has been a master of this surface over the years. But also Zafar Gohar, the amount of turn that's been seen for Chahal. I think if you took that 50 runs off the board now, 250 for 1 is still a fabulous score. But the run rate would be significantly different, and I think that's probably what Middlesex will be saying going into the innings.
I think so for sure. I also think the fact that the leggies bowled quite a few no balls as well hasn't helped either. Normally your spinners are sort of your reliable ones. But yeah, I think it's definitely normally a seamers wicket here with the slope, and then you've got that sort of uphill bit of extra carry. So I mean, touch wood, I really enjoy bowling here. You sort of get the different dynamics from going up the hill and down the hill.
Which do you prefer?
I prefer down the hill, absolutely. But then I still think up the hill is still as beneficial as coming down the hill. For me, I love sort of just stretching my legs down the hill.
Zabe continuing. He's bowled nicely considering he's the third choice spinner in this innings.
Yeah, he has. Only going at once.
Oh, now that just goes past. Well, that's as close as they've come with Williamson.
Yeah, it just sits right back, big flash, and interesting to see whether it's gone straight through him.
And it's gone fast. It's one of those that's not really a chance, is it? It sticks or it doesn't. Past the shoulder as well.
It's lucky not to hit him in the face.
Well, we saw that one that was onto the fingertip, didn't we? Powerfully out of the middle. From Williamson's Keogh. Down the track he comes, one hand off, and he's still got it all the way, hasn't he?
What a shot.
On to 86, outstanding from Williamson.
Yeah, just been trademarking from Kane. I think sort of in that middle period found a way to score quickly, then sort of soaked up pressure for a bit of time, and then I think now he potentially sees his opportunity part-time just before the new ball to sort of cash in for some runs here.
The fact that he wasn't to the pitch of it, took his hand off and still played it with such ease.
Yeah, sometimes they're the biggest ones. Normally as a batter, when you don't get to the pitch of the ball, the ones are the biggest sixes.
Are you turning the subject to six hitting?
No.
Single again. Oh, that could have been tight. Well, it was tight, but had he hit, there would have been an almighty appeal. Send it back, long off and long on for Holden. Deep backward square goes back as well. They've also got deep mid-wicket and cover back. T20 time again.
Yeah, it's an interesting field. I think if I was them, I think I'd be keeping them up. You want them to take as many risks before the new ball. If you can grab one here before the new ball, then you're in a good position, I think.
Solid defence to finish. 3-14 for one. Where do we start? Cardiff? The indoor school, that big wall that's now got a dent in it.
Yeah, I think it took me 4 balls to pick him.
Who was bowling again?
I think it was Mason Crane. Yeah, missed.
Was the leggy?
Missed 2. Had no idea which way he was spinning it, and then I was like, if he throws one up here, just try and watch the ball. And luckily, yeah, it came out the middle. Quite a nice strike.
It obviously wasn't bigger than the one that cleared the grandstand at Lord's,
no.
but it was still a mighty shot. Did you feel it off the bat? This is gone.
Yeah. No, it felt it was a nice contact. So yeah, it was a nice strike. Sort of had revenge as well against me the other day. Brian Patel nearly hit me out. Well, I thought he hit me out of Lord's, and then my brother came to rescue and was like, it landed on the roof. So I was like, oh, happy days.
Which one? Which roof?
Was that it was towards
the
clock.
clock time, wasn't it?
Yeah, towards the clock.
Yeah, I couldn't tell where it was gone. I did caveat it at the time by saying, well, he's done that to a few people himself. So, has it always been a forte of yours, that big? Has that always been, or has it been something in recent years? Because they are huge sixes.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy hitting sixes. I think that's.
I mean, it's certainly the Toby Rowland Jones bracket of levers, big swing.
Yeah, but I think it's something that I'm trying to develop with sort of like Higo and Max, who've helped me just to develop that ability just to hit sixes. So I think it's such an important game. The sort of important part of this game is sort of go along, especially in white ball cricket, to be able to come and try and influence the game at the end if required, and then take that into red ball cricket if it is a tricky pitch and stuff like that. And I can also then go and work on that in twos cricket as well if I get the chance.
Yeah, I was going to say the batting goes an awfully long way down with Tom Helm at 10 in this game.
Yeah, we were just talking about sort of night watch when he was like, I wouldn't be passing on the opportunity to go back with Kane Williamson. So he sent me here pretty quickly.
I'm guessing you need to get to 10 though to have the freedom to swing. When you're, I was saying, when you're in at 11.
Well, that was the problem down in Leicester. I was down to bat 10. Just to give me that bit more freedom, because I think 11 does funny things to people. When you ask any 11, it does weird things.
Well, you're almost playing for the batter at the other end, because they're likely. I mean, it could be the number 10 at the other end, and you have a bit more freedom. But if you got the 7, 8, or 9, you can't be swinging them.
Yeah, I just think 10 just give you that freedom. And then Navi got the night watchman role, which I was a little bit not gutted about because he was getting bumped. But I would have liked to have been in the morning just to have a swing.
That's a lovely shot. Holden leans into it. He's got a few away. The timing of that one was one of the best. He's thumped some through, but just leaned into it.
Yeah, it's been a top knock by Maxi. I think you saw the emotion when he got his 100. I think it's meant quite a lot to him, this one. First 100 opening the batting this year, which will be nice for him on a tricky pitch to start with.
Oh, are we off for lights? We are. You can see it's quite gloomy at the moment. It has dipped like this a couple of times today, and it's usually been a short, sharp shower that follows, and then we're back on in no time. 16 overs remaining today, so no need to call it off just yet. At 25 to 6, it's just a matter of, are we going to have a pretty sharp shower and get back on? Apparently it's pretty grim behind us, which is where it's coming from, but 3:19 for 1 it is. So we'll take a short break on the stream. And Cornwell, thank you very much for your time. Look forward to seeing you out on the middle on this one.
Thank you. Cheers.
But out of the middle, they're off. 197, the partnership. And Holden, 137 of those. Williamson, 88. And an outstanding day so far. We've had 80 overs of it. So just on the verge of the second new ball, they come off a bad line. Now that will frustrate Northamptonshire because they'd have probably fancied a bowl in this. But it is pretty gloomy out there at the moment. Let's hope it's just one rogue cloud. We'll do what we've been doing all day. We'll go and take a break in a moment and see what it looks like when we come back. But for now, with the live enhanced stream here at Merchant Taylors School. We'll be back with you in a few moments and give you an idea of what it's looking like overhead after a few words from our sponsors. Well, good evening, everybody. Bad news here at Merchant Taylors School. We are off for the day. You can just see the rain falling in the background there on our static camera. It's bad lights that took them off, but it's rain that kills the day for day one. But a good day for Middlesex. The host, 3:19 for one, having been put in by Northamptonshire. 57 from Robson, who'll be bitterly disappointed. He got out with a little nick down the leg side through to McManus, giving Sanderson the 1 wicket to go, but 88 from Williamson and a magnificent 137 from Holden. Those two putting Middlesex in a very, very strong position overnight. Northamptonshire with a little bit of a rethink, I'd suggest, needed ahead of tomorrow. They'll hope to have a very different morning session to that which they had today after winning the toss. Do join us again in the morning, if you can, just before 11 to pick up the stream. We'll have the overnight interview and the day one highlights as well. But from Tom Helm, Noah Cornwell, Tom Ford and myself, Kevin Hand, and the rest of the stream team, it's a very good night to you all.